Alrighty, cool. Let me just get the lower third working here. Give me a moment, please. There we are. That's a little happier. Had some YouTube issues this morning. YouTube was just wouldn't let me go live there for a few minutes. Don't know what was going on, but such is the life of a YouTube star. I should let folks know this is happening, so please stand by. Just gotta pull the thing in. Do. Live for day 3 of On Con. And let's just put it over on Twitter. I'll be explaining the history of anime panel cosplay showcase, charity auction, and more. Cool. That's there. I think we're good to go. Things are a little bit better. Hey, Matt. Good to see you. Stuff's starting to come together. That's a little scary there for a moment. Thought perhaps we might not be where we thought we might be. But I think we weathered the storm. We figured it all out. We'll all be all right. It'll all work. I should pull up my trivia. Where did we leave off on the trivia last time? Trying to remember. Let's see. Let me just pull up a random trivia image. We definitely did those. Okay, yeah. So we can do some more trivia this morning as folks are filtering in. It's Sunday morning at a convention, which is always low key, right? Not as in the Norse god, but as in just everyone's kind of very chill after 2 days of con going. Sunday is always the quietest, always the one where everyone's a little tired, got maybe a little bit of a hangover they're dealing with. I'll never forget going to, I can remember the room, but I can't remember, it was Otakon. And I went there, and I went to a Sunday morning panel, and it was like 10 a.m. With a couple of guys who were had a lot of experience in fandom, and they'd watched a lot of anime, and so it was kind of a general, we're going to talk about our experiences as fans and give recommendations and such. Very, general panel, and they came in, and they were all exhausted, hungover, and just miserable. And like, they were showing up, they were doing their panel, right? Like I'm not complaining about that. Like they were doing what they said they were gonna do, but they were barely functional. And so they came in, they're like, okay, oh man, I just got to tell you, this is gonna be rough. Here's this, and they'd pause every few moments to just and drink their coffee and try to get through their panel. And because it was a very sort of conversational panel, they didn't have like a script to go through, so they could kind of just get running. It was all just okay. Let me engage my brain so I can actually answer this question and think through memories, because without it, I am just dead. Fortunately, I'm not feeling that too bad this morning. Hey, Ambiguous Cake, good to see you. I did not sleep well last night, though, I will fully admit, which is funny because I was tired, but I went to bed and just kind of lay there, dozed in and out for quite a while. One of those nights where it's like, wish I could just fall asleep. Did think quite a bit about the really cool world building session we had yesterday, and got really inspired to work on that. Definitely think I'll definitely commission some art for that. I think it'd be fun to have one or two just like commissioned pieces to say, okay, we want this, and I'm looking forward to seeing what folks do as art as well. Do some, get some art in. I'm hoping folks will really get engaged with the art, but it's often nice to have like one or two key art pieces where you can say, okay, I'm gonna get an artist to draw this and this and this and this. Hayao Miyazaki talks about how that's part of his process. He will write up, or he will draw a lot of sketches and a lot of illustrations for a movie, and then eventually he will come across and he will draw or paint something that really represents the film to him. It's very symbolic of that film, and that becomes kind of the key illustration that he then shares around and shares with everybody. The poster for Spirited Away was that illustration that ended up being kind of what they used for that kind of iconic poster of Chihiro looking over her shoulder. That was kind of his. Okay, this is it. Like, her expression, the overall mood of this was kind of their inspiration for Totoro or for Spirited Away, which is kind of interesting. Hey, Yoko. So for our shared world, that might be fun to come up with some kind of commissioned illustration, and then we'll see what other folks can come up with. Hey, Hakuren, as artists, and we'll get a nice wide spread of illustrative ideas. And I'm glad that worked out. I'm glad we were able to hit a lot of aspects of that world. I think what I might do is this Wednesday we'll do a world building Wednesday session. Instead of workshop, we'll do a world building Wednesday session to flesh out more details of the world. Maybe like go deep on one or two islands, and just really flesh out culture, and get a specific location in kind of a broad sense, in more detail, and then we'll prep for a D&D campaign in that world. And we'll use that to kind of pull those things together. Hey, Emma, good to see you. I think that might make sense. And so we'll do some D&D sessions, maybe again Wednesday evenings. I'll pull together some of y'all, and we can do some D&D live streaming and such. So let's see here. Wow, we've had a lot's happened. Friday, let me pull up the schedule. We mostly followed the schedule. Trivia, we made curry Friday night. That was a lot of fun. I had never made curry before, and so we cooked that all together. We chatted about anime a lot. Yesterday, we watched Saturday morning cartoons, a bunch of 80s cartoons on SciTube. Did some more trivia and a giveaway. I made cookies over lunch, and we had a whole bunch of panels. Well, we had three panels from other panelists in the area who gave panels on Gainax, influences between the West and the East. Phil Gallagher did a panel called The Light Side of Anime with a bunch of anime recommendations for different things. We did a guess anime from the screenshot challenge. We watched the Macross movie, Do You Remember Love, over on SciTube. We did this really fun group world building exercise yesterday, which is really cool. Did a lot there, and then did the weekly dig and in the news, and then finished up with an AMV rave over on SciTube, where we did a whole bunch of listened to a whole bunch of headbanging AMVs, which was a great way to end that. But yes, this is our first OnCon day 3. Possibly the first OnCon of more. I would certainly like to do more of these. And the nice thing is, I don't have to reserve a hotel. It's relatively easy to schedule. Thank you, Maison Kalan. Our schedule is full up for today, but I might hit you up for future OnCons. So I will be, yes, I will take you up on that offer, if and when we do more of these later on. Trying to think of a good cadence if we did do that, because it doesn't have to be yearly. It could be quarterly. Monthly would be, I think, a bit much, but unless we do like a daily, a 1 day con once a month, that's a possibility. But yeah, we could do a quarterly on con. So thank you, Maison. We'll see what we can. I'll see what we can come up with. Hit me up on Discord or YouTube or whatever, and I'll be willing to do that. I'll be doing a panel later on today, brief history of anime. So at I think 1 p.m. I'm scheduled to do that. No, noon. I'm doing my brief history of anime panel. So in less than an hour, I will be going through my history of anime panel, which some of you have already seen. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate that. Is on cons all the time? Nope. This is the first one. I just decided to do this a couple weeks ago, and we threw it all together, and it happened. So this is our first attempt, and we'll see where things go. Don't worry, no one can spell archaeology, even myself sometimes. So no worries there. I chose one of the hardest words to spell for this channel. It's a good idea, Johnny. Maybe do shorter on cons quarterly. I like that. It'd be kind of fun actually to do a maybe we do a quarterly shorter on cons, and then like once a year we do like a big bash where we do panels like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Really flesh it out. It might happen. We'll see. Also, now that I've done it, I have a group of folks willing to do panels. It would be a lot easier to get folks to do panels. Again, I came up with this idea 2 weeks ago, and I got 3 different people to do panels. So I'm very happy with that. And then I've got obviously a bunch of panels that I can do. So next time, and especially if we had a lot of prep, folks can record panels. They can reserve time on a Saturday, all that kind of stuff. So. That's okay. No worries. Yeah, I think that might be fun. It would also give folks who want to do panels, an easy way to do it, a fun way to do a panel. Maybe you want to do at a larger con, but you're still putting together. You do it at an on con, and it's lower stakes. You don't have to travel there. You don't have to spend a lot of money on it. That would be a potential. I'm participating in a stay-home Comic-Con. That's cool. Yeah, apparently this is not new. There are other folks doing online conventions. So when I say I came up with this, I meant I decided to do an online convention. Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting I invented this. Oh, good to hear that, Silent Hill victim. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, times have changed. Times have changed. Honestly, I don't watch as much old anime as I used to. I watch a variety of things. I watch old anime, new anime. Also, it's interesting how much it's changed. Back when I was first getting on YouTube, the anime we got tended to be from a wider range of time. So, 7, 8 years ago, when you were getting anime, folks were licensing things from the 2000s and 90s and 80s still, whereas now folks tend to only license things that came out in the last year or two. We've switched to such a simulcast focused industry. So there was a lot, even that was coming out, that was older. Whereas now you have to kind of go back and find that older stuff. And obviously there's still some licensing of older stuff, but that's that thing. Homeschooling, cool. I was homeschooled for 6th through 12th grades, so it certainly can be done. That is a thing you can do. Homeschooling is. I'm always glad to see when people are, and obviously folks don't have much of a choice now, But I think I'm always glad to see when parents are willing to try homeschooling and don't just sort of throw up their arms and say, I can't do this. Because homeschooling's doable. You got to kind of rethink your approach. You know, you're not the same as a teacher, but you can do it. It can be done. The key my parents had, and we won't spend too much time on this, is that my parents divvied up the work. So my dad was better at math, my mom was better at English, and so they would help me with different things. But also they would just give me the material and say, here's what you have to cover today. Go do that. If you want my help, come find me. Something isn't clear, come find me. But I'm not gonna sit next to you while you do your work all the time. And obviously, I was 6th through 12th grade. I was older, and so I just kind of did my stuff. And I will say also, when I was younger, it was more scheduled and structured. So it would be okay, Brent, at 10 a.m. you're going to do this, and then at 10:30 you're going to do this, and I'll come in and check on you and so forth, and we'll have breaks and so forth. So they they didn't start me out with completely unstructured. But more importantly, it wasn't like my mom sitting there with me for every single page, walking through every single step. She could say, "Well, you can read, so you can read this part, and then we'll talk about it." Or here's some math problems. Start with that. Make a first stab at it, and then come back to it. So that worked pretty well. And so I had as much help from them as I needed, but they didn't have to learn all the material ahead of time and then teach that to me. But if something didn't make sense, then they could either try to help me with it or do the research themselves and figure it out. Let's see. Well, I mean, Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors was licensed and released 2 years ago. Onegai Muscle, love that show. I would definitely I would work out to that show. Although it's funny, was it Bandai who opened up a shop recently? There was some Japanese company that opened up an English shop, and they had just a smattering of merchandise, a couple dozen things. They had one thing from How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift, and it was a body pillow of Machiko Sensei, the ripped guy from that, which was really really hilarious. Like, none of the girls, who is basically who you see naked basically every episode, to show off where their muscle groups are. It's the guy who loves to rip his shirt off, which is that's funny. Like, I wonder if that's deliberate or if that was just the only thing they had. That was funny. Yeah. The end theme song is pretty catchy too. Muscle, muscle. What do I do now, Brent? So I am actually a teacher. That is the funny thing. But I'm a teacher for adults. So I work for Capital One as an instructor for a software developer boot camp. We bring in recent college grads who did not take a technical degree, but who are interested in tech, have a passion for tech, and would like to kind of explore tech. And I'm one of the people who teaches them how to code. So we go through learning coding languages, how to make web pages and websites, and all that good stuff. How to work on a team, and so we do that. And that is so it's about a 6-month boot camp, and we bring in folks, and we do that. So I'm one of the lead instructors on that program, and it's fun because we're really good about constant improvement when we realize that adults don't learn the same way that kids do. So, for example, I'm going to be changing things up tomorrow. I'm going to be teaching databases tomorrow, and I'm going to experiment with basically giving them so because we're working from home, although this is our normal structure, We have an first thing in the morning. We have kind of a morning exercise to just sort of get folks their minds working. Frankly, get the coffee in the system. And so we'll do. Folks will present about something they've been researching, or we'll have a discussion about some technical topic, whatever. And then we'll have a lecture, although there's usually a lot of interaction with the students. So I'll ask them to code along with me, write the thing that I'm writing as I'm writing it. Or there's otherwise a lot of interaction. We'll do that for much of the morning. And then during the afternoon, they have time to work through self-paced lessons, do research. We give them a week-long lab, which is an application to build over the course of the week that they don't have to turn in, but it's just, if you want to practice what you're learning this week, here's something you can build that will give you material for that. And so tomorrow morning, what I'm going to do, instead of going straight from morning exercise into my lecture, I'm going to give them a sort of a cheat sheet, like 1 or 2 pager, which I have to write today, because I just had the idea this morning, and it'll be basically this very high level explanation of what I'm going to talk about, and say basically, if I only had like 5 minutes to go through this material, what would I tell you? And I'm going to give that to them and say, okay, you have this. Spend the next like 15 minutes reading through this. And do whatever research you want to or whatever, and learn maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then I'm going to come back and I'll go through my actual lecture. So they'll be kind of prepped for the lecture instead of just going in cold. And so hopefully I won't need to repeat myself, and folks will kind of be in the right mindset, and they'll kind of be primed for that material. Kids are very absorbent. And so it's easier for them to understand something by you just saying, hey, A equals B. And if they're reasonably receptive, if they're not asleep, and if they're engaged, then they'll tend to accept that. Whereas adults need more context. Adults need to be able to relate things, and it's a very different environment. So that's how we do that, and it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it, but of course there's also a lot of other things going on, right? There's also all the other work that goes into a coding boot camp, right? It's all the administrative stuff, all of the management stuff. Fortunately, I don't manage any of these people. Like they're all employees of Capital One, but I'm not their manager, thankfully. But I have to be aware of anything that's going on. If somebody's falling behind, I need to let other folks know. And then if somebody is doing really well, we like to tell other folks about that too, and reward that. So there's a lot to it besides just teaching them how to code, which is itself its own thing. And I credit actually this channel for a lot of that. So thank you all. It's been very helpful for me to sort of practice those skills of explaining things, getting things across to people. And arguably, I have that job because I honed that skill on this YouTube channel. But yeah. And for some reason, it looks like I'm having some chat issues. My chat may have frozen. I'm not sure. Internet's always a little weird for me on Sunday mornings. But that is just how things are sometimes. So yeah, that's that. That's the thing. Oh, everyone's just listening. Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, I've actually thought about doing some geek archaeology stuff on how to code, which would be oh yeah, good. You're all absorbing. It's a good point. It's Sunday morning. Everyone's like, where's my coffee? Where's my tea? Let's see here. JJ asked, when you teach, do you use the same presentation style that you do for con panels? Somewhat. My con panels are a bit more lecture-y. just because that's what con panels typically are. It's something I've been thinking about a lot that I should be changing. I need to engage my audience more at my con panels. Um, but if you've seen me at a panel, that's pretty close to how I am in front of students. Yeah, YouTube live stream has been weird these past few days. It wouldn't let me live stream when I first tried to start today. It just said live stream is not available. Sorry. I'm not even sorry. Just live streaming isn't working right now. I was like, oh, that's the problem. So I just retried like 2 or 3 times, and there we go. So funny thing about the oh my goddess versus ah my goddess thing, in Japanese it was ah my goddess, and when they translated it into English, they were like, you know, it makes much more sense as a joke to call it oh my goddess. And as I recall, like they went back to the publisher, and the publisher said, no, it's oh my goddess in Japanese. It should be oh my goddess. And then finally, they were able to contact the. So I think like the original release of Oh My Goddess in America was Oh My Goddess, and they went back to the artist. The English folks finally got to talk to him directly, and said, what's up with this title? Oh My Goddess, and he was not aware of the pun, oh my God versus oh my goddess. In other words, he wasn't aware that oh my God was a phrase in English, was a common phrase in English. And so when he heard that, he was like, oh, that's hilarious. Absolutely call it oh my goddess in English. That totally works. So technically it is Amagami-sama in Japanese, but oh my goddess is is an approved translation of that title. Just kind of where you come across it and what version you're reading and so forth. Exactly. So it depends. The schedule for OnCon is at. Let me just pull that up real quick. As it happens, I have it right here. This would have been trivia time, but we're chatting for a little bit. So we might start trivia here in a moment. Nani, my goddess? Arara, my goddess? Whatever it is that Arali-chan says. Yeah. It's a funny thing. I mean, there's so many different weirdnesses. Actually, I'm going to show you something. So this is the original full release of Ghost in the Shell. In English, and you'll notice something. It is, it is our order, right? It is Western order. It's not back to front. But if you look at the artwork, see if I can get a good shot here that doesn't involve like nudity. There we go. Meiji Kusanagi is right-handed. How can that be? Because when this came over into English, Masamune Shirow went through the entire manga and flopped it himself and retouched all the artwork so that the handedness would be correct. Like he personally flopped this for the English release. So, you get these interesting arguments back and forth where folks were like, I would never buy this version because it's flopped. And it's like, yeah, but the artist flopped it. Like he decided to do this and made it right. So it's like, it's certainly not the same as the original artwork, right? Like you might want the original release. I respect that, but it's a very interesting, situation to be in. But yeah, serious dedication. And apparently, Shiro was like, hey, Japan's a market, but the West is a big market, and I can flop this for America and France and Europe and all these other markets as well. So he was like, this could be a real opportunity to spread Ghost in the Shell everywhere. So it was kind of worth his time. But dang, that's crazy. Yeah, it was taking ages to do. I don't know. Now, there are some shots in there where she's just like this, right? And so you don't flop it. So I would love to go back and see like how much art he had to change around. But that's kind of crazy. I have seen the live action Ghost in the Shell. I actually liked it as a Hollywood adaptation of an anime property, meaning that I think they nailed the aesthetic. I think they chose an appropriate plot where the plot of that movie feels like a Ghost in the Shell plot, right? It follows the same themes as Ghost in the Shell. And I think the acting, I think the actors do act appropriately to the characters, right? That was a very, that was Togusa, that was Bato, right? Like they understood their characters. And I thought it worked well. Now, Hollywood live action adaptations of anything are going to be very distinctive things. I wouldn't have made all the same choices that movie did, but on the on those basics of like, did it feel like they respected the property enough that it's not a Disney-fied version of Ghost in the Shell, right? Does it deal with similar issues? Yeah, it did. So I was kind of, I was pretty impressed that they did that. Like, again, it's not my Ghost in the Shell, right? It's not the way I would have done a live action Ghost in the Shell, but by Hollywood adaptation standards, they could have gone a lot worse. It could have been could have been really, really terrible. Um, so yeah, I agree. Bebop. I go back and forth on Bebop live action because Bebop is definitely one of the most live action like anime out there. It was clearly designed to look like real people, but it can be quite cartoony at times. Think Ed. How do you translate Ed to live action? I don't know. I don't know how you do that. Um, Best live action anime I have seen, no question, Rurouni Kenshin. That is a perfect adaptation. Again, if I were directing it, I probably would have done different things with shots and so forth and such. But like, that is Kenshin. That is it. They did it. That is, as a huge Kenshin fan, that's Kenshin right there. Um, oh yeah, perfect. As for Hollywood stuff, I haven't seen a lot of the Hollywood adaptations. In fairness, but like I said, I thought the Scarlett Johansson Ghost in the Shell movie was fine. And the other thing about that too is you got to remember, like, there are a lot of adaptations of Ghost in the Shell in in Japan. There are a lot of different versions of Ghost in the Shell, and I wouldn't have necessarily done any of those the way they did those. So, right. Yeah, the Rurouni Kenshin. Well, there are multiple films. They've done 3 Kenshin films, and they're doing at least one more, maybe 2 or 3 more. Um, yeah, I have not seen Alita yet. I want to. I just haven't got around to it. I actually like John Carter personally. I'm one of those crazy people, and I have read several of the John Carter novels, and I loved those novels for what they were. There are some weirdnesses to them. And I've read a fair amount of Edgar Rice Burroughs. And that's not to say that I'm an expert on it or anything, but I'm sufficiently familiar with his aesthetic. When I went to the movie, I was like, this feels like a big John Carter thing. It's a again, I would not have structured it the way they did. They made a lot of mistakes structurally with that film. But I think a lot of the problems with John Carter, they addressed in wise ways. They just made other artistic choices that made the film less interesting to the general audience. But it was, I thought it was a big, fun, action, adventure, planetary romance kind of a movie. And again, as a big budget Hollywood adaptation, I thought that it was, um, um, you know, it felt like they were respecting the source material and trying to make a big fun action adventure movie out of it. It's just that if you don't like the visual style they went with, if you don't like the pacing they went with, right, it might not work with you very well. Um, Edge of Tomorrow, and okay, I got to give some big credit to Tom Cruise here. He went on the Graham Norton Show, which is a British talk show. Um, And boy, there's really no equivalent to Graham Norton in America. Very laid back, very goofy. Actually, the Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson is pretty close back in the day. But think of something that's much more like Cocktail Party esque. Um, and he came on the Graham Norton Show after Edge of Tomorrow came out, and of course, Graham Norton was saying, "Tom Cruise, I can't believe you're here. It's amazing. This is wonderful." He said, "Now you're in this movie," and Tom Cruise says, "Yes, I made this movie, Edge of Tomorrow. It is based on this really great book called All You Need Is Kill by," and he named the Japanese author, and then went into the thing. So on this British talk show, where he's there for 7 minutes, he name drops the original Japanese novel it's based off of. Respect. Um, so well done. Again, I haven't seen that movie. I just haven't gotten around to it. Um, so yeah. Yeah, there's a 2020 Kenshin film coming out this year, hopefully, which adapts the final arc of Kenshin. So that's the other thing is that I understand that adaptations are adaptations. I'm not horrified when people adapt something and it comes out differently. Partly because again, I read the manga and watch the anime, and those are different things. Right? I'm used to that, so I have more tolerance for differences between a live action version and an anime version than a lot of like the critics out there who are like, oh my gosh, they made John Carter and Deja Thoris isn't literally nude the entire time. It's like I'm fine with that. And she isn't she isn't this damsel in distress the entire freaking time. It's like, no, I'm fine with a Deja Thoris that is more active. She can be the one in danger that he's trying to rescue. She can be the center of conflict, the person that needs help just because of her position. But you can make her more active. You can absolutely make her a more interesting character than just hi, um, um, rescue me. Let's see here. Yeah, Trust Me Trail has that weird live action stuff. Um, yeah, Guns with Cats would be very interesting. Um, um, hmm. Because the thing is, like, you watch the Gunsmith Cats OVA, and they successfully managed to avoid the more prurient aspects of the manga, which can get really creepy really quickly. And they're just like, nope, that's just not relevant. It's not going to be part of our plot. Boom. So I think if you adapted Gunsmith Cats more like the anime adapted it, I'd be a lot more comfortable, as opposed to some of the backstory and elements of the Gunsmith Cats manga are really problematic. Writing Bean indeed has a plot point in there that I'm like, not comfortable with this. And you could not get away with that in America. There's no way you can include that. But yeah, Gunsmith Cats would definitely work well. You'd probably have to tweak a few things. I mean, Minnie May would probably have to be, a little older. I guess you could cast an actress and say she's. I mean, you could do that weird thing where somebody's clearly like 28, but she says she's 17. Like, okay, fine. All those high school things. It was like, yeah. Sonata had a long-standing, well-known interest in young girls in his manga, and there's a lot. There's multiple things in there where it sort of references that territory, or gets very very close. Um, so yeah, read a little bit of Gunsmith Cats, and or read a significant amount of Gunsmith Cats, and you will very quickly stumble across this. And Writing Bean has that as a plot point, and it's pretty creepy. Well, that's an interesting point, JJ. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen more live action adaptations of like visual novels, of the romantic visual novels. You'd think. I mean, again, it's a guy and a bunch of girls dating. Well, not even dating, just going out to see the cherry blossoms. That seems easy to adapt as live action, right? Kind of weird. Technologize would be crazy in live action. So things I'd love to see live action, and I mentioned before, I would like to see everything tried as live action, right? See what sticks, experiment, see what works. Things that are crying out for live action. So here's a good example. So Blam or Blame that we talked about last night, which they did the Netflix movie of. You could definitely do live action, but I think it actually works better as animation because it is this. Yeah. Um, because it's this very gritty, enclosed space kind of environment, and it's all these pipes and things like that. These sorts of things. You can totally do that in live action, but I just think the aesthetic works better drawn or animated. But if somebody wants to try making that, I'd be all for that. Um, or let's see here. Like I'd be fascinated to see, as we mentioned before, Oh My Goddess live action, right? I'd love to see some actresses try to nail Belle Dandy as characters, as a character, right? That would be really, really tough. Um, Paradise Kiss, totally. Lane, I don't think so. Because here's the problem: you need to find an amazing, 13-year-old girl actor, and they exist, but it's exceedingly rare to find a really good child actor who can, um, who can be a lead in a series. And a lot of the other characters in there are kids or young teens. Lane maybe 14, but it's really hard to cast something like Lane because of the variety of characters and so forth, and because it was just really weird. Um, right, and then you have budget, right, which is just really hard. Although budgets, Netflix just throws money at things these days. HBO, budget's oddly less of a problem these days. Um, I would love to see a live action adaptation of Pluto, which is Naoki Urasawa, creator of Monster and other things, taking on an Astro Boy story, but in a very grounded reality. So there are robots. Um, there's robotics being done, and there are some very distinctive designs for some of the robots, but it's much more crime investigation kind of an approach. It's basically CSI Astro Boy. And even when Astro Boy shows up, they very much downplay all of the crazy powers. So seeing something like that would be really, really interesting. And you're right, Matt. Lane relies so much on the mysterious aura of the early internet that it would be really hard to adapt. I would love to see somebody do a loose adaptation of Lane. So much like the PlayStation game is very different from the anime, and the short manga clips that or short manga bits that Abe did for the art books. I'd love to see somebody say, let's do, a Lane like thing, but basically, an episode of Black Mirror. I mean, let's be honest, Black Mirror is basically Lane. But let's kind of take that approach of doing something that is very visually distinctive, but not try to, copy all of the same plot points and make it look exactly like the original thing. That'd be really interesting. I'd be up for that. Um, what else would be cool? I'd honestly love to see more like science fantasy in live action. I'd love to see, and I've said this for years, I'd love to see somebody try to do something like Tenchi Muyo in live action. It wouldn't have to be like Tenchi Muyo exactly. I wouldn't, recreate those characters, but do something where folks can, fly and fire energy bolts at each other. But they all live in the same house in suburban Japan, not well, really rural Japan. You know, do something that is pretty wild in terms of what people can do, but um, uh, you know, so it's basically a superhero show, right? That's really what the characters in Tenchi Muyo are. So do something with a Marvel or DC kind of a budget, but they don't have capes, right? They're not flying around and doing that kind of stuff. So that kind of approach. Um, Liam A asks, how much do you rewatch anime or reread manga? Very rarely. I was mentioning this yesterday. I really don't reread or rewatch much. Even when I'm doing a review, I remember things pretty clearly. And here's another thing. When I'm watching something, I am watching it. Right? I don't have my phone out. I don't have my laptop out. I'm not cooking at the same time. Like I am sitting there in the chair watching the screen, and not because I'm shaking my fists at the younger generation, but because that's what I was used to growing up with, and I discovered, especially as I started doing reviews, that if I do that when I first watch something, it sinks in. I remember it very, very well. Obviously, not every single line or anything, but I really, I can remember that years and years later. And so when I go back to do a review, I don't have to go back and rewatch the entire thing to remember it. I can just kind of flip through it real quick, skip from one thing to the next and say, oh yeah, that. So it's a big time saver for me that I really focus when I'm watching something. And as a result, I don't have to rewatch things. It's still there in my memory. I can sit down here right now and go through Haruhi Suzumiya in my mind and remember, scenes, characters, plot points, all sorts of stuff. I can run through, and I've seen that like twice. So for me, that was important. The hyper focus powers. No, but that's proved to be a helpful approach for me personally. I could be a new type, perhaps. Who knows? I mean, Toshio Okada believes that otaku are new types. So I think a lot of us are effectively new types. I've forgotten a series. Oh, all the time. There's a lot of anime on my Mal where I'm like, I do not remember watching this at all. But they were typically, forgettable. Right? Like they were the ones where I'm like, oh yeah, it's weird OVA from 1982 that I came across, and it was very, very common. By the way, when I say Toshio Okada thinks that we're new types, Toshio Okada, one of the founders of Gainax, he's not joking there, although he's being hyperbolic. He said, when you look at how anime fans, particularly Japanese anime fans, can sit down in front of a fresh piece of animation, and they can look at a shot and say, oh, that's a Yamamoto shot. Oh, that is clearly animated by this person. Oh, look at how this person turns their head or how they bat their eyes. They can understand. They're parsing animation at a really, really impressive level. That is a level of skill that the average person does not have. It is kind of a superpower. Not an incredibly powerful superpower, but otaku can do some really fascinating stuff intellectually when they're trying to parse and understand things. But yeah. And I will go back to some things. Miyazaki movies I've rewatched a good number of times. In fact, I rewatch Miyazaki movies so often now that I have kind of moratorium on Miyazaki stuff, because every time I go back to them now, it's just deepening a groove, right? I know every single thing that's about to happen, and so it's not fun anymore in that sense. It like, eating the same bland meal every day, right? There comes a point where you're like, I'm done. I'm not suggesting that Miyazaki movies are bland, but that I need a little bit of distance so they feel more fresh. Um, that's true, absolutely true, Yoko. Japanese fans are much more critical of anime than we are. Japanese fans don't really watch mainstream anime. Otaku in Japan are not watching One Piece, or Naruto or Fairy Tail. It's the 8-year-olds are watching that. Otaku are watching, the hardcore otaku stuff, Bofuri, and that kind of stuff. Um, so, yeah, totally. Different strokes for different folks, right? Different people have different things. And I do not have a particularly great memory, I will say. In general, I forget stuff a lot. But for some reason, animation sticks in my head. That's just kind of my thing. Um, so, yeah. I do not understand your question, Asamark. What do you mean by isekai animes? Question mark. Oh yeah, isekai goes back to the 80s, at least. Aura Battler Dunbin, the technically the first isekai series, although it wasn't really considered a genre then. Okay. Um, yeah, for me, isekai is just a genre, just a thing. Um, and that's right, Cornish. Because the animation is simplified, it can stay in your head longer. And actually, older animation can stick in your head a little better, because um, the character designs were more not simplified, but you didn't have all the crazy gradients in the hair and all that kind of stuff, and all the shininess in the eyes, which made them more iconic, which made it easier for the brain to kind of parse that out and lock it in. So the more complicated new character designs, which they can do now, and I'm not against them, but it just makes the characters, harder for the brain to store, right, as an iconic image. Um, but yeah. Do I watch current anime? Like maybe check out the most notable each season. Every season, I sit down and I watch the first episode of every show, unless it's a sequel, or it's a show for like little kids, like your kindergartner anime. Just because I'm not gonna watch that stuff. Like nothing against kindergartner anime. It's just not, I don't watch Sesame Street. I'm not gonna watch that. Um, so yeah, and then anything that I find interesting, I'll try to dig more into, which is really fun. Actually, I really like having a some time to sort of see the breadth of anime and get a feel for what's out there. But I feel absolutely no pressure to watch any of that. Yep, I spend all weekend. In fact, I invite some friends over, which hopefully that'll happen this season. We'll see what's going on with COVID-19. So some friends come over and we just spend all Saturday watching first episodes of all the anime. And we usually get through almost all of it in a Saturday. So I'll go from 10 to 10, um, and that works out pretty well. It depends on the season. Right, some seasons are stacked, some are not. Um, why is Isekai really booming right now? Because it's popular, which is not a very satisfying answer. Um, why was Titanic the biggest movie of the year? Right, when it came out. Um, why was Harry Potter so massively successful? You can point to certain things, right? There are certain trends that you can tie in, but I don't think that there's any one there's no clear path you can say that is this and this and this definitively end of story. Um, so I think isekai is one of those things that is just popular, right? It is a big deal. Titanic certainly had groundbreaking effects, and that is a factor. But people didn't, people were coming back 4 or 5 times to watch that movie again, which is not usually the reaction to groundbreaking effects. Titanic was a phenomenon, and just unbelievably successful, despite the fact that everyone knew the ending. Isekai has this element of escapism. You can kind of psychoanalyze why the Japanese otaku population like escapism right now. The other thing is that isekai provides a lot of storytelling opportunities. You can tweak the formula of isekai very, very easily, because you can either tweak the original place somebody came from, or you can tweak the isekai that they're going to. So Ascendance of a Bookworm is a great example, where much as I love the world building of Bookworm, the real radical innovation there is the idea that the main character wants this thing from her original world and is trying to replicate it in the fantasy world. And so that colors everything. And then you have the hero is overpowered, where you're tweaking the personality of the protagonist, and that becomes how you sort of tell your story. Whereas if you're doing science fiction, especially if it's standard science fiction stuff, figuring out how you're going to tweak the setting in a way that's realistic and it's kind of interesting is a lot harder. So this guy has that flexibility there. And then again, there's escapism. Again, there's a lot of different aspects to it. Silent Hill Victim, I am 100% in agreement with you. I'll go further. I have never found superhero stories particularly interesting. Some of them I have. There are some superhero stories that are sitting over right there that I definitely was very much pulled into, and yes, I love that. But in general, I don't find superheroes compelling. And I do think that the superhero movies are just kind of okay. That's a thing. And I've enjoyed some. I got a chance to watch the most recent Thor movie. That was a really fun film. Really enjoyed that. No complaints. And there was some legitimately interesting stuff happening there. But, again, nothing against superhero movies. It's like other people don't like anime. That's fine. But it's just, whatever. It's fine. What superhero stories have I enjoyed? I'm thinking specifically of comics here. Watchmen, definitely. Kingdom Come. Let's see. Pinocchio Vampire Hunter. Serious. Mouse, obviously. MAUS. Contract with God. I'm actually looking at the my shelves right now. There are some weird independent comics that I've really enjoyed, because I was like, oh, that's really inventive and different, but kind of distinctive and interesting. Mouse Guard, love Mouse Guard, but that's a fairly expensive comic. What else here? Yeah, those are the ones that leap out at me. Unknown Soldier, the reboot from 5-10 years ago, really interesting, because it's very much about modern Africa, which is boy, that's a thing. So yeah, those were things I'm very, very glad I read. World of Edina by Mobius. So yeah, and to be clear, superhero movies can be absolutely fun. I love Deadpool, for example. I watched that movie, 2 thumbs up. But they're not, it's like cartoons are fun, right? Like American cartoons are fun. I completely agree with that, but I don't sit down and watch American cartoons. That's just not how I want to spend my time. Because it is a fun that I don't find fulfilling. Right? It's popcorn, which is fine, and sometimes you want some popcorn. but I'm not going to spend, I'm not going to go out and eat popcorn all the time. Hey, Unagi Observer, good to see you. I'm going to start my panel here in just a minute or two. We're just finishing up a conversation on comics, favorite comics, superheroes, what we do and don't like about them, and preference and all that kind of stuff. I have not seen ReZero. Just haven't gotten to it yet. So much anime out there. Let's see here. Do. The 70s were interesting. Here's the problem with the 70s for me in terms of film. The 70s was a time when film was reinventing itself, when people were moving away from a lot of the safer or just weirder stuff that were done in the 60s. But I find a lot of the movies of the 70s were so self-important or were so grimdark that I kind of bounce off them. I find a lot of the movies of the 70s very, I don't know. Well, I think I just said it. That just, and that gets down to personal preference, right? That's a classic example of where I can respect what they did, but I don't enjoy them, right? And maybe they're not meant to be enjoyed. But like I remember watching, oh gosh, the famous black and white Scorsese film about the boxer, and see memory, and thinking I don't like any of these people. I don't want to spend any more time with these people. And I finished the movie, Raging Bull. Thank you. And I finished the movie, and I was like, okay, I'm never watching that again because these are all miserable people, and they're clearly intended to be that. It is about the downfall of these people, and that is clear from the first scene. But that was what a lot of 70s cinema was. It was kind of reveling in the misery. Which I just found, obviously not all of it, but I was kind of tied into a lot of that stuff. Yes, I have seen both The Holy Mountain and El Topo, and thought they were very interesting films. I was thoroughly impressed with those and was continually entertained in the bizarre spectacle of those films. It's a good example of where Holy Mountain and El Topo are also like they're very weird and experimental, and they're trying to express important things, and there's a positivity to them, right? They are there is more in Holy Mountain than El Topo. El Topo is more sort of chaotic and bizarre, but the Holy Mountain is clearly very much a hey, figure yourself out, become a better person, right? That's really the theme of that movie. 70 stuff is very grim humanism. There's an infamous movie about a bunch of hippies that moved to Israel and found this commune and everything falls apart. And it's just good example of that where like, ugh. It's the basic thesis is humans are terrible and they mess everything up. The end. And my problem with that is I know people can be terrible. I know people mess up. But when we focus on that in our culture, it's not helpful. I think culture is better. Culture is more useful when it is uplifting. Not to say that you can't say people are bad, but I think part of the purpose of culture is to try to improve things. I think if you're constantly saying you suck, right? How do you think people are going to react to that? What do you think people's emotional feelings are going to be after that? Are they going to be better people as a result of that? I don't think so. It's like what Oshii said about a recent film, and I'm forgetting it, that came out, where he said he was kind of frustrated by it because and he contrasted it to Miyazaki movies, saying that There needs to be some hope in your works, because there's plenty of hopelessness already, right? There's plenty of negativity in the world. If you're going to create art, you have kind of a duty to leave the world a better place as a result of your art. So there can be plenty of darkness. There can be you can explore darkness, but there needs to be some shaft of light in there. Perfect Blue, I think, is a great example of that. That's a very dark film. Perfect Blue is, that is an exploration of darkness, but you don't end that movie thinking, man, humanity is doomed, right? So you got to find that way of doing things. And yeah, Japanese police movies in the '70s. Oh man, darkness, darkness, darkness. Tarantino is a great example of somebody who can make movies about really dark topics where very bad things happen to people and even very good people, but there's always this sense of lightness, this sense of this upbeat tone to the whole thing. But yeah. In the Game Escape, that's exactly what I'm saying, actually. You can absolutely accept the grim and disturbing aspects of our nature, but there needs to be some overcoming of it. There needs to be something to say that there is more to life than the grim and disturbing aspects of our nature. That is not all we are. I think if art focuses on that, it's not helpful. It's kind of it's saying, hey, look, garbage. Garbage exists. There's garbage. Garbage. Right? It's like, okay, why are we talking about that? Right? Right. And Yoko, I think that's a really valid point. I think one of the reasons we got, and so you could say the reason for all of the Moe shows of the 2000s is because after the economic crash, folks wanted to go back to the halcyon days of their high school and imagine being around, cute teenage girls. I don't know how true that is, but there is something to be said for that. To be said, that when things are uncertain, you want something that's comforting, and that could be what's going on with Isekai too. Well, the Isekai has a self-empowerment message, and I would, if I were to argue for a sort of social, psychological, psychosocial reasoning behind the popularity of Isekai, I would say it's because of the transition to what's called the third wave, the new society that is very digital, it's very mobile. Family structures are changing. A lot of different things about society is changing as we're going more and more digital, and that's very confusing. And I think that's what Isekai kind of represents: is that things are changing, but you can be empowered to embrace that change and be a better person as a result of it. Again, that's reaching, but that is, I think, one of the messages of Isekai that people are latching onto is that sense of empowerment. Oh, and thank you, William S. The Joker movie is what Mamoru Oshii was talking about, saying that the Joker movie is just all dark and depressing, and there needs to be some shaft of light in that movie to contrast with what's going on. Right? So the Batman movies are a great example of that, and I will start my panel here in a second. The Batman movies, very much focus on these dark, twisted characters. And Batman himself is, Bruce Wayne is not a figure of brightness and light, but it is this sense that somebody is doing something about it. Somebody is fighting back. Somebody is finding a way of addressing these problems and trying to make society a better place. And that's the twist, or that's how to navigate that, in my opinion. Batman in general kind of is my comic book, my superhero, which is why it's funny, contrast that to anime and manga too. Batman is a much more manga/anime kind of a hero, where he doesn't have any superpowers. His superpower is he's rich, and the fact that he uses that wealth to fund and not just crime fighting, but to in very smart ways, right? And the heroes of manga and anime tend to be closer to normal people. They don't have godlike powers, but they're using those powers, what powers they are given, in very smart ways. So I think that's why I've always responded well to those sorts of things. The new Alita movie is excessively bleak. Granted, Alita is a very bleak manga. That could be them just doing that, because spoiler alert, the overarching theme of Alita is that every story arc, she helps people and she tries to become more human, and she basically destroys herself in the process, and scraps of her are left somewhere, and then 100 years later somebody comes across those, finds her, rebuilds her, and she goes through that again, and then she ends up consuming herself in that, and then she's found again and rebuilt, and it's this cycle of constantly sacrificing herself for humanity that kind of leaves her for dead. So it's a that is a pretty bleak thing, which is not to be which is not to say that is the right choice for that film. So yeah, unfortunately, Alita is a pretty bleak franchise. So yeah, and it's like I would not do that. I would not adapt Alita for that reason, or I'd make Alita a more upbeat. I do a more upbeat thing. Yeah, that's the thing. That makes sense, Lord Admiral. There's no, everyone's just kind of flailing around on their own. Kind of like the 70s. All right, let me see if I can get this going here. There's that. Let me just double check something real quick. All right, good. Just double checking to make sure there's nothing screaming for my attention. All right. Let me pull up my notes. That's fine. So now I should. Whoa! No! Hold on. Oh. Okay. I just realized something. I'm on a dual monitor setup. Oh, I don't want to do that. And it wants to do the dual monitor thing. And I need to figure out how to turn that off. So 1 second. All right, no, I gotta turn that off. 1 moment. There's got to be a setting for that, right? Somewhere. I just gotta find that. General. That's it. I think that's it. If it goes in the wrong place. All right. So, what I might be able to do is just switch this over to look at something else. Display capture. Display 2. And if I do that, and I start there, cool. That looking pretty good. I think we can make this happen. Cool. All right, let's get this started. So welcome everyone to a brief history of anime. This is a presentation that I do that walks through 50 years of Japanese animation in an hour or two, and we have maybe an hour and a half for this, so we'll walk through it fairly leisurely. I do have chat up in another window, so if folks have questions, feel free to ask them there, and I'll try to address them as we go. And obviously there will be time at the end for Q&A as well. Yes, this was done at Star City Anime. I've done this at a bunch of other conventions, so you may have seen this panel before. If so, know that this is basically the same material. But I find a lot of folks have not gone through this before, and a lot of folks find this interesting. So again, feel free to ask questions, and we can dive deep into anything you'd like to know. It's one of those oldies but goodies that folks tend to like. So first off, this is going to be about how anime evolved in Japan. So a history of anime in Japan, as opposed to in America or anywhere else in the world. So this is not going to be about the rise of Toonami. It's not going to be about what anime were airing on television in the States. I will only touch on the U.S. as it relates to the growth of anime as a whole. So just FYI, you're not going to hear a lot of stuff about America in this particular presentation, except for it's really, really relevant. Also, I'll say I have a little bit more time for this, so I'll be going. There may be some things here that I had to skip if you've seen this panel before. Also, this is not a list of all popular anime. So this is not just a rundown of every anime that was popular every year. Pokemon's a good example. Nothing against Pokemon. I like Pokemon. But I'm not going to touch on Pokemon in this presentation because it's an example of a show that was certainly hugely popular, even spawned some imitators, but it did not really change the direction of anime as a whole, right? There was not a huge shift in how anime was made or how or new genres coming out as a result of Pokemon within the anime industry itself. So, FYI. Also, unfortunately, a lot of the scholarly research on this, a lot of what people have written about this in reports and in scholarly journals and so forth, have focused more on boys anime than girls anime. And I'm doing what I can do to resolve that in my lecture notes on this. I've tried to dig more into the history of shoujo anime, but there's just not a lot of information available on it. So this presentation is a little heavier on boys anime than girls anime, and I would welcome anyone to help correct me about notable shoujo anime and anime for little girls and such as time goes on. But this is just what I got to work with, unfortunately. So here's the big problem. History is a lie. There is no way of accurately representing history in any kind of presentation because history is complicated. Think about a typical battle in World War II, right? The people involved, the equipment they had, the weather, the conditions, the land, the leadership, what training they had, all of those things all goes into the outcome of a battle. The idea that you can accurately describe all of that in a chapter of a book can't be done, much less a paragraph in a book. So you're not going to get a perfectly accurate representation of history because there are too many factors involved. There are too many things going into any given historical event. What you have to do is is look at history and ask what is important. What are the moments in history that were particularly relevant, that had an oversized impact on the course of events? And that is the historian's job, and it is fundamentally a difficult, somewhat subjective thing. You do your best, but you're trying to figure out what's important. And so what historians do is that they build a model for anime, not that kind of a model, this kind of a model. They build a historical model, and these are what I think are either the revolutionary anime at the time or were representative of revolutions happening in anime at the time, along with some of the things going on in Japanese history at the time. So we're going to use this as a rough guide to how things were evolving and what happened over the course of Japanese history and anime in general. So you'll see Astro Boy there, and Astro Boy is the first thing on the list. So you think I'd start with Astro Boy? You'd be wrong. We need to understand anime. To understand something, you need to understand where it came from. So we're going to go back even further a prehistory of anime, and I'm going to ask the chat, does anyone recognize this painting? And if so, do you know what it is named? A lot of folks have probably seen this, probably recognize it. It's a pretty famous painting. Have you seen it, and do you know its name? Not a lot of folks know its name, especially over in the West. So one person recognizes and don't know the name. There we go. So some folks have it. This is The Great Wave off Kanagawa by the artist Hokusai. Hokusai is one of the best known, one of the more famous Japanese artists of the late 1700s, early 1800s in Japan. And at that time, he would go out and he would not only do these great paintings of Mount Fuji, he would also go out and he would watch samurai as they were practicing. And samurai would get together and they would practice both swordplay and also essentially martial arts, what you would do if you were disarmed in battle. And so he would just sit down on a hill and draw what he saw of these samurai practicing these handholds. And he'd kind of document these handholds. And he would draw these out and put them together into a book and sell them. What is this? What does that look like to you? That is a comic, right? It's a multi-panel comic. There's text, there's imagery, and the text is basically saying, here's what this is this handhold, and so this is what they're doing. So what he would do, and what he actually did, is he published this in book form, and because it was a bunch of different miscellaneous things that he was putting in there, he kind of lightheartedly called it Funny Pictures, or in Japanese, manga. So he published this book literally called Manga, and it was this thing. And to be clear, we'll go back to that in a second. He was doing this sometime in the 18 teens, like 1810, 1815, somewhere around that. He was doing these drawings, and so this is where manga kind of came from. Now, funnily enough, this really didn't catch on. People knew that Hokusai had done this, they were aware of this, but other artists didn't really pick up on this and do a bunch of their own manga. It wasn't until until Japan opened up to the West and other folks came in to start producing comics in Japan that you started getting manga. Ironically, manga is kind of a British import in the sense that folks from Britain and Europe and so forth would settle in Japan and then start comic magazines. So think like Mad Magazine. They would do comic magazines like that in Japan, hire local artists to do these satirical cartoons, and political cartoons and social commentary cartoons and so forth. And they kind of brought that in, the Japan Punch, exactly, which I may have an illustration in here, I'm not sure. And they were literally copying British comics of the time, and that meant they had all these Japanese artists drawing all these comics, and then those artists then started doing their own comics as a result. But it was technically, Hokusai was doing it back in the early 1800s in Japan. There was a tradition there, and you can go back to there were painted scrolls done by Buddhist monks, much further back than this, that are technically sequential stories in art, but that gets into really, really wonky stuff. Now, if you're wondering why I'm talking about this when I'm talking about anime, it's because even to this day, manga remains the most popular adaptation source for anime. More anime is adapted from manga than any other source. So this is kind of where the seeds were being planted for anime. Then separately, a new form of storytelling was being invented and developed in Japan. This thing called kamishibai. Kamishibai was this phenomenon where men, and they were almost all men, would bicycle around cities like Tokyo and Kyoto and such, and they would stop on a street corner, and in the back of their bicycle they would have this wooden frame that you see here, as well as a package of candy, like penny candy. And they would set up on a street corner, and they would call all of the neighborhood kids to come over, and they would sell penny candy to the kids, and then they would tell a story, several stories usually. And they would have in these wooden frames pre-painted pictures illustrating the stories. And so they would sit down and tell a story of a boy exploring a haunted house, and they would have these different illustrations of these. And the important thing is, they wouldn't just go from panel to panel. If a boy was walking down a hallway that was full of spiders, they might pull out the previous card, but leave part of it in there, so you see just part of the hallway, and you see the boy starting to go down the hallway, and then you describe how dark and cobwebby it is, and you pull more of the card out to show that there are spiders on the wall and things like that, and then you pull more of it out to show that at the end of the hallway there's some strange figure there. And what that was a very primitive form of animation. Now, that's a stretch, but importantly, a lot of the folks who would end up getting involved in the anime industry, because by now we're getting into the late 1800s, early 1900s, you're getting people who would end up getting into the anime industry in the late 20th century, and they would have grown up watching Kamishibai. And they would have been used to this idea that you tell stories with pictures and with this simple movement. And when you're in a country that is economically depressed and there's not a lot of money for animation, you remember there are lots of ways of expressing story without Disney-style animation. And this became a very important sort of seed for how anime evolved, not thinking of it as imitation of life, but thinking of it as illustrated storytelling. Also, interestingly, they would typically tell a couple of different stories. They would tell an action-adventure story involving some kind of superheroic kid, typically, or some sort of superheroic character, and a story, some kind of relational story, typically around a little girl dealing with something having to do with her life. Shonen and shoujo. Story for boys, story for girls. And so you start to see those genres start to establish themselves in Kamishibai. Also remember that now we're into the early 20th century. Cinema now exists, but it's very expensive. The average kid doesn't necessarily have the money to go see film. If you're lucky, someone will bring a film camera to your school and set it up and show something. But that's exceedingly rare. That was rare even post-war. So most folks weren't going to see the movies at this point that I know of. And this was how a lot of children experienced stories at the time. Even books were expensive. And so early 20th century, you start seeing Japanese artists start to make animation. But if you asked animators at the time, they would have told you they were not trying to create an animation style. Primarily, the animation of this point were intended to figure out the mechanics of animation. They were sort of experiments in the form, the technical skills of making animation. And they would take a classic story and just animate that. And there was some experimental animation of just, moving around patterns and images and so forth. But the vast majority of the animation of this point was basically copying the animation style of the West. They were making cartoons that looked like Popeye cartoons or things like that. And as you can see, the animation of this would not look out of place in an early, Disney Fleischer cartoon sort of animation thing. Yeah, exactly. Looks very Fleischer, and again, that is intentional. They're not trying to make anime. They're just trying to animate, and that's what they're used to, and so that's what they're copying. Unfortunately, very little of this survives, so there's not a lot of research on this because of the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923. So massive earthquake ripped through the Kanto region. If you've seen The Wind Rises by Hayao Miyazaki, there's a sequence in this that animates the Great Kanto earthquake. All known copies of Japanese animation perished in the Great Kanto earthquake. It all burned. Now, we've since found some copies of some of those that were, hidden, or that survived in basements and such. But huge amount of art just disappeared as a result of that. So a lot of early animation we only know from like playbills and from like newspaper articles saying this animation was made, but we don't have a copy of it. So there are a few things that still survive, but very little. And that was a big blow to the animation industry. And then you fast forward a few decades, and this happens. So, and I'm fast forwarding to, and we'll rewind here in a bit as well. So, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941, date that will live in infamy. And of course, Japan has to mobilize its military. Now, what I did not realize until I started researching for this panel years ago was how much Japan had fought in wars before World War II. My world history stuff didn't really go into a lot of the Asian conflicts in the early 20th century. This is the Empire of Japan as of 1942. And again, you can see that in Wikipedia. For reference, I don't know if my mouse is going to show. Oh, well, there we go. That's Japan today, that archipelago. That's Japan. Everything else in green, they had conquered over the previous few decades. That was all Japanese territory, part of the Empire of Japan. They fought China and won. They fought Russia and won. They fought Korea and won. Like, they were a major military power. The downside of that is that they were fighting so many wars, there wasn't a lot of money to go around. So there was very little animation produced up to this point until World War II because no one was spending money on animation. There were no big companies willing to pour money into animation. So you'd have one or two things. There was like some, essentially, folks would make a short film sponsored by a toothbrush company, for example. And it would heavily feature a little girl, brushing her teeth. And then there'd be other things that she was doing kind of in her life. And so you get those sort of sponsored short films, but nothing in the way of, nothing episodic, nothing long form, really short things happening. And so the animation industry had really stalled throughout the early 20th century, and there was kind of not much to show for it. But now that we get into World War II, Japan, and folks in the chat are asking about this, sure enough, the Japanese government recognized the power of animation as a propaganda tool. And so they produced, funded a half-hour short film called Momotaro Sea Eagles, which was an animated dramatization of the bombing of Pearl Harbor using furries. It's a trip. You can find it on YouTube. And that was hugely popular. Like, a lot of teenagers signed up for the military, and they said they did it because Momotaro Sea Eagles was so inspirational to them. And that was so successful that the Japanese government started investing in that. Now, understand at this time, Western films were banned in Japan. You could not import Western films like Casablanca and that kind of stuff. And again, think, this is the early 40s. This is the beginning of the flowering of film into what we think of today, where film in the 20s and early 30s was still made more like stage plays that had a camera, pointed at it. Film was starting to evolve. You started to see things like the Busby Berkeley musicals, the Fred Astaire movies, things like that, where things are starting to loosen up a little bit. But you're not seeing film as its own medium until late 30s, early 40s. And a lot of that is not coming into Japan. Japan is not experiencing a lot of that stuff. So you're not getting that. Also, you cannot import Western film stock, i.e. the actual film on which you film things, the film canisters. And while Japan does have some native production capacity for that. Not nearly as much as the rest of the world does. So suddenly the amount of film being made in Japan dries up. There's very little film being made in Japan. Also, the Japanese government decided they would make this edict, propagandistically, that all authors making stories for boys, whether that be novels or manga, and there was a manga scene by this point, but it was still sort of pioneering days. They all had to be explicitly pro-war. If you were telling a story for boys, a shonen story basically, there had to be an explicit pro-war message in your story, period, by law. And so the folks doing that had basically one of three choices. They could refuse, in which case they went to jail. And by the way, you could be doing a story about, farmers, and it still had to have an explicitly pro-war message. So you could refuse to go to jail. You could comply and put that in there, in which case your reputation really suffered after the war because people saw you as going along with this ridiculous governmental demand. Or you could just drop out and stop making manga or stop writing stories for kids. Ironically, these were the folks who kind of, in some ways, made it out the best after the war, because they would generally still write things, still make things. They just put them in the drawer for a while, and then after the war, they would have all this material they come out with to kind of process their feelings around the war. But either way, this depressed general entertainment not being made by the government, so that when the government actually released Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors, the first feature-length animated film made in Japan, it was a big deal. Government funded, pretty high animation budget, especially given the time. And it is about animal characters living in Japan who go out and fight wars against the evil white devils. And when I say white devils, literally they fight against white people with devil horns. Like, it is not subtle at all. This was clear, full-scale propaganda. Unfortunately, it wasn't finished until early 1945, by which point the war was not going well for Japan, and everybody knew it. You'd have to be pretty jingoistic in Japan to not realize that things were going poorly. So this film came out, and the general reaction of the Japanese populace is interesting, but no. The war is not going to go extremely well. And by the way, Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors presents this extremely black and white view of the war, that we're just going to crush them all and defeat them all. They're all going to run from us. And they're all cowards, basically. And it was just not working. So it did not do very well in Japan. And again, nobody really had money to go see the films in theaters anyway. But it was not successful. And then when the war ended and the occupying American forces came in and saw this movie, they're like, no, you're not showing this anymore. This is not really great. So it didn't turn out very well. But this is technically the first, and it is the first Japanese full-length animated film. However, I do not consider this to be anime, technically. By that I mean, Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors was made using the Western animation model. It looks like a Fleischer cartoon. Full character animation, roly-poly animal characters, musical numbers, all of that. There's nothing anime about it. I believe anime is a more distinctive thing than just something that happens to be made in Japan using classic animation techniques. So again, depends on where you draw that line. But there's nothing anime, if you will, about this. People were not required to go see this, by the way. There was no mandate that you had to go see this movie. I think they may have set up like showings in schools. That may have happened. But I don't think it was all Japanese citizens must go in and see this movie. Anyway, So that didn't turn out too well for them. And then, of course, this happened. The war ended, and the Japanese soldiers went back to Japan that was bombed out. There was not a lot going on in Japan at the time. Japan had suffered dramatic destruction as a result of World War II, the fire bombings and so forth and so on. And so I want you to imagine, okay, we'll get to that in a second. I want you to imagine, it's 1947, 2 years after the war ended, and you're a 10-year-old boy living in Japan. There has been no movies to speak of. There have been a lot fewer in the way of comics and books for you because so many of those creators, are no longer working. There's not been a lot of entertainment. There have been some cartoons, but just what the government has kind of tried to force down your throat. And so you go down to the local manga rental shop, and yes, nobody could afford to buy manga. You had to rent it by the day. That's the only way folks could afford to read manga. And you come across this. So you see, and we'll read this in manga order. So there's a young man in a car driving towards you. We actually zoom in on his face to a reflection in his eye of a dog in the road, and he screeches to a halt just in time to save the dog. He gets out, picks up the dog, gets back in the car, and then drives off so fast that the buildings are blurring in the distance. I've read interviews with people who were 10-year-old boys at the time who said that when they got to that last panel in the lower left, they suddenly realized they'd been holding their breath the entire time they'd read this page because they'd never seen anything like this before. Manga was very static. It was Blondie, Beetle Bailey. It was very simple artistically because, again, it was copying Western comics at the time, and even older Western comics. It was copying the simple sort of domestic stories or war stories sometimes. This manga was drawn by a 17-year-old named Osamu Tezuka, here seen much later in his life, who is now getting into manga after the war. And he was telling this story, more importantly. This story is set in the near future in Japan, which is an economically successful world power, where young men can afford their own cars. He's drawing this in 1947, when that is an unthinkable future for Japan. So people were blown away by this young man and the fact that he was doing these interesting things in comics. This ballistic motion where you're actually like zooming in on what's happening in Japan. How could he do this? Because his father loved film and had his own film projector at home and had his own collection of films. This is back again before home video, so you had to have actual reels of film. So Osamu Tezuka grew up watching film, and his father had access to and copies of a lot of Western film. He may have snuck in one or two Western films that existed at the time as well. They were technically black market. So Osamu Tezuka grew up with this exposure to advanced media compared to what the average person in Japan had access to. And this really started to get people excited about the idea of what was possible, that we could look forward to the future, that we could tell exciting stories. And so Japan started to rebuild and recover from World War II. Now, there was still very little money, so you saw very little in the way of animation in Japan. A few experiments here and there, typically by individuals. But then a film company called Toei decided to start an animation division called Toei Doga, now Toei Animation. Actually had a very rocky start. It kind of went through several iterations. But their idea was they looked over to the West and they saw what Disney was doing. Walt Disney, literally the guy, and that he was doing, these colorful animated films full of musical numbers aimed at kids and aimed at families adapting classic fairy tales. And they said, why don't we do that? It's clearly very financially successful. Why don't we invest in that? We're a film studio, so we have some money. Let's hire a bunch of people and start an animation studio to do the same thing. But we're going to adapt Eastern fairy tales. So they end up making this film. And those of you who recognize this may think, oh, it's that film. And your title in your head is probably different than my title in my head, because my gosh, has this had lots of different titles in the West. Hakuja Den is the classic, is the Japanese title. I typically call it Legend of the White Serpent, but these are all like official titles that have been like on posters and on DVDs. It depends on who you ask. But this is a full color. This is the first full color animated film made in Japan. I would still argue it's not technically anime yet, because it is still animated in the classic Fleischer Disney style. Full character animation, roly-poly character, roly-poly animal companions, musical numbers, all that classic stuff. But it was designed to look more like woodblock prints. So it is a much more flat visual style, very, very deliberately, to evoke a classic, not just Japanese, but classic Far Eastern style of art, which makes it a very interesting artifact. Worth looking up to see just kind of the visual style of it. I find it honestly to be a pretty kind of by the numbers animated fairy tale kind of a thing, but the visuals are definitely distinctive. Really, really interesting. Miyazaki watched this and he was very impressed, although his waifu comes later. His waifu actually is from a Russian film. But yes, he was very taken by this film as a young child. So you were getting that, and that's cool. And Toei Animation continued to make more films, and they were looking for popular talent and popular folks that they could pull in to help with them. And as it turns out, Osamu Tezuka had done an adaptation of the famous Monkey King story, The Journey to the West, and so they wanted to adapt his stuff. And they got him involved, and he got really bit by the animation bug. And so he got really excited by the idea of animation, and he really changed a lot of his life, a lot of his, of how he did things. He ended up restructuring, like, a lot of how he made his money to fund an animation studio. Basically, he started saving his money specifically for the goal of funding an animation studio. And it took a while, years and years, but he built up this huge bank of cash and ended up founding an animation studio so he could do a weekly half-hour animated series of his most popular character, Astro Boy. And he made that. He actually did it. This is the first weekly half-hour animated series in Japan. There had been animation made for television before. This is 1963, but they were either shorter or they were segments of a longer a longer show. So a 5-minute regular animated short within a half-hour series. But this, in my opinion, is where anime gets its start because of what was going on with Astro Boy specifically. Now, in my normal presentation of this, I show the first couple of minutes of the first episode of Astro Boy, but that's going to get me kicked off of YouTube. YouTube's going to ban me for that. So we're not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to show you a few screenshots from Astro Boy and explain what happened. So Astro Boy, for those not familiar, is about a set in a not a near future, but a few decades in the future, where an eminent scientist's son, young son, preteen son, is killed in a car accident, and the scientist decides to use his influence and his power in the Japanese government or the Japanese science ministry, to build a robot boy that just happens to look exactly like his son. And yes, it's creepy, and yes, everyone in the show recognizes it's creepy. So he builds this robot boy who he calls Adam. We call him Astro. And builds this robot boy. Unfortunately, robots don't think the same way that humans do. And so Astro, or Atom, doesn't behave the way a real human boy does, and his father ends up basically disowning him. And so it's this story of Astro trying to help humanity and trying to use his powers for good, while also being in this interesting space where he's not a human. People don't treat him as a human, but he's also not a regular robot. He's not built for a specific purpose. Very much a Frankenstein motif. Absolutely, Prometheus. Definitely that thing. But told in this futuristic Japanese society where Japan is a major world power. Unfortunately, that's where the clip would go. Unfortunately, they had no idea what they were doing. Tezuka had no idea what he was doing when he was making this anime series. And I can say that because I went to a talk given by Rintaro, who was an anime director who worked on Astro Boy, and he said about his experience, and I quote, "We had no idea what we were doing." So I'm not speaking out of the side of my mouth there. He was there, and he said that. And yes, Asimov was around at this time, and I'm not sure if Tezuka actually references the three laws, but the three laws are clearly, inspirational in this world. Again, I don't think, because robots do kill people in this, but I think Astro is more three laws-ish. Actually not, it couldn't be, because Astro regularly disobeys people. So I think this is not a three laws universe. Anyway, that said, when they were making this anime series, Tezuka thought, well, we're going to make a half-hour animated series, so just every 7 days, we will draw half an hour of animation. And we'll just do that until the show's done. Right? That's how you do it. To give you an idea, one episode of The Simpsons takes 8 weeks to animate. And it is not an action series. So that did not work. They had no time. They were constantly rushing and coming up with all sorts of shortcuts for their animation, such as moments like this, where Astro Boy is... See the lovely and lush background of this particular shot from Astro Boy? This very detailed background that he's in, right? They didn't have time, so he's just on this generic background. And so there's a lot of sectioning of bodies. There's a lot of the Yogi Bear style thing where lips are flapping or the arms are moving but the rest of the body isn't moving. And so you have this dramatic simplification of the animation. However, yes, I mean, they are definitely Hanna-Barbera style much of the time. However, these folks were artists. Tezuka was an artist. The folks he hired were artists. They wanted to elevate it beyond Yogi Bear and Scooby-Doo. So they focused on the visuals. They tried to make sure that whatever you were watching had visual impact and told the story as much as possible. This is from an early sequence in Astro Boy where Astro is dreaming and he's wondering if he has a soul. Yes, a kid's anime from 1963 is asking whether robots have souls in episode 2. And so it's full of these strong visuals of Astro thinking and imagining different metaphors for who he is and what's going on. So they married this simplified animation style with a preference for strong visuals. So we have the idea of limited animation. And I think we're all fairly familiar with that. One second while I shift something around a little bit so you can see what I'm talking about. I just gotta shift. Whoops, hold on. That's not what I wanted. There we are. Okay. So, limited animation in the style of say, oh, that's why I had that over there. Sorry. Cool. So again, this is Hanna-Barbera style, Yogi Bear, Scooby-Doo style animation. You have much fewer cells per second than a typical Disney animation. So there's less movement. You have a lot of single frame shots, i.e., there's no actual movement. You're just seeing somebody's shocked reaction to something, for example. And that's all you're seeing. So you don't have to animate that. You're just seeing the emotion on the character's face. The use of pull cells. A pull cell is basically if you've seen, and this is very common if you see a shot of like an airplane flying through the sky, or they're not redrawing that airplane every time. They are literally pointing the camera at the background, putting an animation cell of an airplane on that, and dragging the airplane cell along the background to represent that. Now, there are mechanical ways of moving that so it's smooth. Same thing with clouds. If clouds are moving around along slightly, they're not redrawing that. It's just a single drawing moving along in the frame. And you might zoom in a bit or zoom out a bit in the camera, but you don't have to actually draw those changes. I would see the sectioning of bodies, particularly lip flaps. So like I said, a character is running along and you just draw the changes in his legs, not his upper body, or her upper body, or its upper body. We have robots. And then lip flaps. They went really hard in on lip flaps. If a character is talking, just the mouth moves. Jaw doesn't move, just the lip flaps. This also implies the use of what's called a cell bank. The idea that you can take something that you've already drawn that shows a character, for example, blasting off, and then reuse that same animation later on because that character is going to do that same thing later. And you might just save the cells for that with a different background. So if the character is now in a different place, you just put a different background on that. You're reanimating it in the sense that you're refilming it, but you're using the same drawings for that movement. So you have this cell bank to go back to over and over again. This is something that Disney actually innovated. They would not reuse the animation, but they would keep all the cells from all their animation, so folks could go back and reference it and say, in Cinderella, how did we do that dance? And have to look at the actual drawings. In this case, they were literally reusing it in the animation itself. Yeah, exactly. And by this time also, Disney was literally, they would trace over those sequences. So you would get a dance scene in one Disney film where they were just tracing over a dance sequence in, say, Cinderella, but just changing the character, right? Which is one way of handling it, one way of doing it. And then finally, again, that also implies the use of short shots. If you are cutting rapidly back and forth between different characters, so imagine a dialogue scene where you got one person here, one person there, and you're talking back and forth. If you cut back and forth between those two characters as they're talking rapidly, it feels more dynamic than if it's just one person talking blah, 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 somebody else reacts. You see this in movies a lot, where you'll hold on one actor's face for a long time, and you'll hear the other person's line of dialogue, and then they react. That works better in movies when you have the subtleties of the human face to focus on. But in animation, especially if things aren't moving, if you cut back and forth more quickly, it feels more dynamic, even though you're just using the same two drawings over and over and bouncing back and forth between them. So that's the typical stuff that they used. But again, they were artists. So they wanted to change things around. They wanted to evolve things. So what they brought to the picture was an emphasis on the visual image of the storyboard and refining that still image, i.e. when they were laying out the what was going to happen in a given episode of Astro Boy, and they would do all those little thumbnail drawings of each shot, they tried to make sure that each of those thumbnails was vivid, that it got across what was happening in the scene, even if they couldn't even animate it at all. At least the pose of the characters, the emotions on the faces would get that across without having to rely on animation to get across that animation. They also started working a lot on encoding of imagery. And when I say encoding imagery, we see a lot of that these days with things like sweat drops, throbbing forehead veins, nosebleeds, right? Iconic imagery that stands in for particular emotional states or particular reactions. You think of the sweat drop in anime, right? What does a sweat drop represent? Right? What is that getting across? It's really getting across embarrassment at somebody else's behavior. That's actually a fairly subtle thing to try to express in dialogue or in facial reaction. But with this single drawing, fear as well, with a single drawing, you get across quite a bit with a very simple iconic image. So you can encode that in anime. Now this has pluses and minuses. We've all seen anime that have so many of these visual cliches coming at you, a lot of these metaphors, visual metaphors, that if you don't know what any of those means, you're lost, right? It can be very confusing because this character's nose bleeding, and this character, why has this character got blood coming out of their nose? Why has this character got this weird red hatch mark on there? If you go too deep in that, it can make your work off-putting. But Astro Boy started to explore that. And I'm not saying that characters in Astro Boy had all those things yet. Not all that stuff had been developed. But they were really trying to develop as much as possible. They also played around a lot with subjective time. Because you don't have to tell a story linearly in animation, you're not literally going out and filming an actor. You can go and you can stretch out time. You can compress time. You can tell the story of a scene however you want to. And that allows you to do things like what we've seen in every shonen anime ever, where somebody throws a punch and you cut to the shocked reactions of everybody and somebody saying, ooh, he's doing this. Why is he doing this? Will he be able to react to that punch? And all this stuff is happening in this instant in time, right? It's not real. It's subjective time, atemporality. This is something that anime was able to do very, very effectively and became kind of a hallmark of anime. There's a later baseball anime called Star of the Giants, where one episode of this baseball anime takes place over the course of one pitch. Yeah. One pitch from the mound, hit of that ball, takes 20 minutes because of subjectivity of time. But again, it was a strength of anime that other animators really weren't exploring. Again, you see Scooby-Doo, you see Huckleberry Hound, you see even Disney animation. They don't really squash and stretch time much. They also focused on some things outside of the animation itself. George Lucas famously said, half of any movie is sound. And by that he means, if the sound in your movie feels real, that will go a long way towards selling the reality of the imagery. Lucas spent a lot of time on the original Star Wars films making sure the sound of that universe felt grounded and felt real. And so the space fantasy of it, people could buy into, because it wasn't using goofy, over-the-top sound effects that felt unreal. You will rarely hear goofy sound effects in anime, even in comedies. Think back to anime comedies you've seen. You don't hear slide whistles. You don't hear, boom, tsh. You don't hear any of that stuff, but you do hear, shoes on the hallway, synced to how they would actually walk. Anime in general really tries to make sure that the sound in anime is realistic, because that helps to make up for some of the shortcomings of the animation. If the animation isn't real, or the animation isn't really selling that, as long as the audio feels relatively realistic, as long as it has a certain groundedness to it, that will work. He also, in silent films, sometimes they would actually do sound effects in the theaters. Totally. And then finally, multimedia integration. What that means is, stickers and promotional items and all that kind of stuff. Tezuka sold Astro Boy for half what it cost to make. So he was taking a loss of 50%, and he made it up by reaching out to advertisers and selling the rights to Astro Boy to go onto everything. Stickers, lunchboxes, heavy merchandising. And, that worked. But what it resulted in was two important things. Tezuka would actually integrate that into the series. So there is product placement in Astro Boy. Yeah, in 1963. But also this meant that the budget was low. He did not have a lot of money to make his anime to start off with. and he was constantly scrambling to get enough through these toy licensing deals, and other merchandising licensing deals, other multimedia licensing deals, and that was an issue because Astro Boy was hugely successful. Depending on who you ask, between half and a third of all Japanese households that owned televisions tuned in to watch Astro Boy every week. Those are the kinds of numbers that you get on like the last episode of a Friends or a Seinfeld or a Legendary series. They were getting every single week. So yeah. When folks then went off and started making their own anime series as a result of this, they faced what became known as Tezuka's curse. Because Tezuka had undersold the cost of Astro Boy, when other folks started founding their own anime studios and started making their own anime and started proposing their own budgets, the financiers would say, we're not going to give you a high animation budget. If Astro Boy can be a massive success on a low animation budget, you're getting a low animation budget. So it took decades for the anime industry to start getting more money. Anime studios were strapped for cash all the time for decades because of how Tezuka structured this and made it work. And it's just, the results of how you decide to do things. Okay, so you started seeing anime coming out after Astro Boy. One of the big ones came out later the same year was Gigantor, aka Tetsujin 28. Very interesting series for a couple of reasons. One, it's the first giant robot anime series. There are, large robots in Astro Boy, but they're not the focus of the series. They're one-offs. So we have a first mecha series. It is not piloted. There is a young boy has a little control panel that he uses to pilot Gigantor, and apparently you can pilot a giant robot with like 2 buttons and a joystick. Who knew? And so you get that, but then Tetsujin 28 is also interesting because within the fiction of the show, Gigantor was built during World War II to fight the Allies. He was part of the, war military system, but they finished it like in August of 1945. So it is completed right when the bombing of, right when Hiroshima and Nagasaki are bombed, and so it's mothballed and never put into actual military use, never fielded in battle. So it's then pulled back out in the far future of like 1980, I think, is when Gigantor takes place, and it's used to fight criminals because that's what you do with a giant robot, right? No, there are some like big G.I. Joe level Cobra, organizations that they fight against. But so Gigantor is explicitly about the war. Now it's worth noting that as Japan was coming back out of the war, they were using a lot of the resources they had from the war to do that. So, for example, Honda, like the guy Honda who founded Honda, built his engineering chops by making bomber engines in World War II. Like that's how he sort of learned all of the engineering skills that he took into Honda, and a lot of the manufacturing that came out in the 50s and 60s were a result of a lot of the manufacturing done in World War II. So there was this large question in Japanese society. We are benefiting from all of this war stuff, except we just signed a constitution outlawing war forever. Are we comfortable with this? Is it right to reuse weapons of war in peacetime? Are they kind of, tainted? Now, that's a very, very background detail of Gigantor that is not part of the normal episodes of the show, right? That's very, that's just kind of hinted at. I mean, it is part of the backstory, but that is kind of the social context behind it. But it is interesting that here, less than a generation after World War II, folks are asking these interesting questions through anime about society and whether they're doing the right thing. And Gigantor very successful. Unfortunately, Gigantor introduced this story structure that was very common for giant robots at the time, and for a couple years after. Namely, that there's a bad thing happening. We do what we can with it, and then we, call in Gigantor to fight off the bad guys. Gigantor is literally a Deus Ex Machina that we call in to defeat the bad guys in the end. And that is a very limited tool for storytelling. It's fun. You get to see Gigantor stomp on tanks a lot. But you couldn't tell a lot of stories with giant robots. So while this was the pattern for a lot of mecha series for a while, it would start to show its age within a decade or so. Anyway, so you were getting Gigantor, and a lot of other anime were being made as well, particularly kids anime. It should be noted: Astro Boy, Doraemon, Astro Boy, Gigantor, and Doraemon, which would come later in the early 70s. These are all episodic cartoons aimed primarily at boys. Astro Boy had a significant female audience as well. Gigantor definitely aimed at boys. Doraemon aimed primarily at boys, although it had a lot of girls as well. Doraemon's a great example of the anime of this era, 60s and 70s. Bright, primary colors, episodic adventure for kids, aimed at kids. If somebody tries to tell you that anime is this serious adult thing that's always been for adults and it's a really adult, no, it's not. Anime was for kids early on, just like our animation industry was as well, very much so. Only a few years after Astro Boy, we got Sally the Witch. So rewinding a little bit, we get Sally the Witch, which is the first shoujo anime series, the first anime aimed squarely at girls. And it is about a young girl named Sally who lives in a magical kingdom empire thing, magical world. She gets bored of her magical schoolwork and decides to come to Earth, descend to Earth, and make friends with other girls her age on Earth and all that kind of stuff. And so she has this little adventure in the first episode. And when I say little adventure, she meets some girls and she ends up going to she invites them back to her house, but she forgets she doesn't actually have a house in this world. So she magically creates a house on an abandoned lot and creates furniture and all this kind of stuff for her friends to come and see. And then at the end of the episode, one of her friends has to go back to this department store to pick up a package that she left there, because of course preteen girls can wander into downtown and wander into a department store unattended, late at night. And they do so and find out that the department store is being robbed, whereupon Sally the Witch foils the robbers, ties them up, and leaves them for the police and rescues her friends. So here's the interesting thing. Sally drives her own story. She's the one who decides what to do. She goes off and does it. She is the most powerful character in the show. She is more powerful than the Earth authorities, right? She foils this robbery that they had not, they were not dealing with. So Sally has agency. She is undeniably the protagonist of her series. Unlike a lot of Western media, where anime for girls are still about girls who are kind of still, working for men, or otherwise dealing with men's stuff. This is absolutely a show for girls, about girls doing girl stuff. Very empowering. So if you've ever wondered why shoujo series tend to have characters with a lot of agency, it goes all the way back to Sally the Witch. It was very much there from the beginning. Also, she uses her powers by doing this. Uh-huh. A few years later, we get The Secret of Ako-chan. So Sally the Witch inspired a lot of other anime series for girls, and Ako-chan is the first magical girl series in the way we think of. Now, Sally the Witch is technically a magical girl. She has magical powers, but she doesn't transform. She literally just has magic in her. She's like a witch. Ako-chan is a normal girl who has this magic compact that she uses, and it allows her to change into various adult versions of herself in various professions. So she can become a policewoman or a secretary or a race car driver or whatever, that kind of stuff. And it's really interesting because this does give you the magical girl formula. Although the transformation sequence, literally she just like rotates the mirror slightly and rotates it back, and now she has the outfit on. But she is imagining different professions she will have as an adult. She's not imagining being a housewife, right? It's about the breadth of her options as a little girl in 1960s Japan. So this was a pretty progressive show, especially for the time, to get girls into this idea that you have a lot of professional options as a little girl. Now, I think at the end she does decide to, get married someday, right? In the final episode. But, the theme, episode by episode, is still there. And definitely laying the foundation for the magical girl genre as an idea. She doesn't fight anyone. There's no villainous organization she's fighting in this. It's just episodic, exploring different options for her in the future. We also started seeing a whole bunch of sports anime in the late 60s and into the early 70s. Ashita no Joe, hugely popular sports anime, a sports manga adapted into anime. And when I say popular, shortly before the anime adaptation was announced, in the manga, one of the characters had died. And so they held a public funeral. Several thousand people thronged the streets for a funeral that was presided over by a priest. Yes, this was popular. And so it got adapted into an anime. And this was the scale we were seeing now. Manga, anime, these things were getting popular enough now to be generally recognized as pop cultural artifacts. People were consuming these at scale now, significantly. Obviously, Astro Boy, hugely popular, but we were seeing multiples of these now. Big franchises. Here's the thing about sports anime. What is the plot of every sports anime ever, particularly team sports anime? Right? We all know it. The worst team in the league. Young kid comes along who is preternaturally gifted at the sport, or at least some aspect of the sport. Now the team has some chance at nationals or regionals or whatever. The kid has some issues with himself, so he has to grow and be a better person, right? He has to be number one, has to be the top. And so it's his growth and the team's growth as they suddenly are going to be able to get there and get better and maybe actually win. What is that? That's a story arc. There is suddenly now things happening episode by episode that changes, right? Every anime I've been talking about up to this point is episodic. Astro Boy has a little bit of a running storyline in the back having to do with Astro's father, but that rarely comes up. And you'll see an occasional recurring villain in shows like Gigantor and the Mecha series and so forth. But sports anime suddenly started introducing plot, ongoing plot. Suddenly you tune into your baseball anime and they were supposed to be at this game, but they're not at the game. Why aren't they at the game? What happened? Something happened, so they weren't able to get there. And so you had to tune in every week to find out what was happening with that team. And so suddenly you get anime creators realizing, wait a minute, I wonder if anime can now handle long-form storytelling. We could actually tell big, long stories with anime. And yes, the recent anime series Megalobox is a reimagining of Ashita no Joe. Japan's Rocky is basically Ashita no Joe. Do you see that? There's also other things happening in Japan in general, culturally at this time. Late 60s, early 70s. We start seeing the student riots, the student protests in Japan. Japan was dealing with a lot of changes as the economy was recovering, as Japan was becoming a world power, as Tezuka kind of predicted. Um, Japan still existed under treaties and under certain laws and restrictions passed as a result of World War II. And this was one of the sticking points, actually, of Japan going into World War II, was a lot of the unfair treaties doled out to the Eastern powers over the late 1800s, early 1900s. So Japan felt that they were getting kind of a raw deal internationally, and this is kind of a pattern of behavior. And the Japanese government wasn't really doing anything about it. They were just kind of rolling over and letting this be. Now, you could argue about the rights and wrongs of this, but the result was that a lot of, especially college students and some high school students, would protest. They would stage big street protests around this, some of which would get violent. And their argument was that the Japanese government was, at best, this lazy bureaucracy that never really did anything for its people, and at worst, like actively keeping secrets from its people. Yeah, at worst was doing these backdoor shady deals and not telling anyone anything about it, just to keep the status quo. Ever notice that any time a major government is featured in anime, it is at best a lazy bureaucracy that doesn't really care about its people, and at worst, actively keeping secrets from its populace? That's because all the anime creators working in the 80s, 90s, and today grew up at this point and had a brother in those student protests. They were watching this happening on, on television. This was a major deal culturally. And again, imagine a culture that prides itself on order and structure and respect for your elders, where high school students are literally throwing Molotov cocktails at police. That came across as a very traumatic thing socially for Japan. And again, you can argue exactly how much Japanese society conforms to those social norms and the social expectations, but it felt very strange. And that became a common theme. And more importantly, you now have this idea, wait, all of these anime creators who are generally younger, anime was still a young man's industry. It's still considered a young man's industry. But, older folks were not getting into anime. It was the young blood were the ones making anime. And they were seeing these social changes happening and wondering, we can do long-form storytelling. There's a lot of things happening in Japanese culture to talk about. So we can start exploring this. Meanwhile, Go Nagai, over in manga land, was really shaking things up in manga. Go Nagai was telling stories still aimed at a young audience, and manga was still for kids at this point too, but he was trying to change that. He would throw spurts of blood in there. He would occasionally show a girl showering. He would have main characters, good guys, die partway through his stories. So his stuff was still was trying to sort of grow up manga a little bit, aim it for an older audience. Now, he was not aiming at adults. This is an example of one of Go Nagai's anime. I'm sorry, look at those outfits. This is not an anime aimed at adults, right? But he was trying to be more extreme than manga had been. And so again, anime creators were seeing this. These were being adapted into anime, and we were seeing now blood and nudity and good guys dying in anime for the first time. And there was a sense, okay, maybe we can do some interesting things with anime. And so you started seeing things like Cutie Honey. This is also a Go Nagai adaptation. Cutie Honey is a teenage girl who discovers she's actually an android who can, by yelling out this phrase, transform herself into several different versions of herself. So she can be like a race car driver or a reporter or things like that. She has like six different forms she can shift into various things. So very much Ako-chan. Except when Cutie Honey transforms, her outfit does not transform with her. It shreds into nothingness. So she transforms and she is completely naked for, a couple of seconds. And then her new outfit, shapes around her. And as you can see, she's not a kid, you know. And this was shocking because, again, anime was for kids, and when you had nudity, but it would be glowy anime nudity. It would be, you know, magical girl transformation sequences. It would be kids taking baths, things like that. This was meant to be titillating. This was meant as, you know, this was meant to be erotic. It was meant to be ecchi. And people really were not used to that in anime. This was shocking. People wrote articles that Cutie Honey was this, I can't believe they're airing this on television and in a cartoon. So suddenly, anime is, again, trying to be a little less for kids, trying to push things and change things around a little bit. Also, very violent series. She's throwing people off bridges, and like there's a lot of violence in Cutie Honey. And so you started seeing this evolution in works like Space Battleship Yamato. So, Yamato is interesting because Yamato came out in 1974, and it's hard to overestimate the impact of Space Battleship Yamato. Yamato is an original anime series set in a future in which Earth is under bombardment from aliens, and Earth's biosphere is almost completely collapsed. But Earth gets this message from another alien race with this message of hope, saying, "We have a thing that can help you, but we're under barricade. You have to come to us. You have to go on this long star trek, if you will, to come to us and get this solution from us." And so these few surviving humans do what you would naturally do in this situation. They dig up a World War II battleship, bore a giant gun in the center, retrofit it as a spaceship, and send that off into space. Now, the Yamato is an actual World War II battleship. It is a historical battleship, fascinating history. And Yamato was this very serious, dark anime series. Every episode ends with 242 days until the end of Earth. 241 days until the end of Earth. There's this countdown to annihilation. There is some comedy in it, but overall, the tone has this surprisingly dark theme to it. And it's baked right into the premise. And here's the thing. People weren't used to this. Now, the kids who've been watching anime in the 60s, a lot of them had moved on to other things, but some of them were still watching anime in the early 70s. And so you had high schoolers who would get together and say, "Man, have you seen that Yamato thing? And like things are changing. Like characters are moving in and out, and stuff's happening. Did you see what happened in this last episode?" And they get together to talk about Yamato. And they would form clubs at school to talk about the latest episode of Yamato and other like science fiction shows they're watching and other things that are going on, and Ultraman and stuff like that. According to Japanese fandom, anime fandom coalesced around Yamato. There were clubs beforehand, but you see a very clear shift that suddenly there were a whole bunch of sci-fi clubs and anime clubs that formed right around Yamato because folks had something to talk about. They had a long-form story that was being told that they could discuss and could bring them back, week by week to talk about what was going on. And it felt like it was aimed at that older audience. So Yamato was suddenly changing things. Also, Yamato came over to America not long after with the success of Star Wars and got an American release and helped to kickstart American anime fandom, which would become important for its influence back on Japanese animation later. So, Yamato suddenly creates a market of, late teen, mid to late teen people who are watching anime and coming back for more. Suddenly, folks are doing things. And yes, Yamato by Leiji Matsumoto, one of the main creators there. You also got shows like Galaxy Express 39s, also by Leiji Matsumoto. This is 1979, so a little bit later. which is an episodic series but very dark. Galaxy Express is very dark things happen in this anime series. And I don't really have time to go into it, but suddenly you were dealing with real tragedy in Galaxy Express. It is very common for the characters that the protagonists come across to not make it out at the end, and to die. And then Space Pirate Captain Harlock, similar. But then in '79, you get an anime series that would really change things around. Mobile Suit Gundam. Along with Rose of Versailles, at the same time, which is a shoujo series, Mobile Suit Gundam really helped to bring anime forward in a lot of ways. Now, when I went to watch Mobile Suit Gundam, for the first time, I was a little worried. I had seen anime that I thought it was of the same era. I was not a big fan of Speed Racer. I was not a fan of a lot of the anime of the 70s that I had seen at the time, so I was worried about Gundam. But I went in and I was blown away by Mobile Suit Gundam. Why might that have been? What is it about Gundam that was so interesting and revolutionary? In episode 1, you're introduced to this setting of a fairly far future. There are space colonies. The story is set on, the first episode is set on a space colony that is under attack by this guy, Char Aznable. And he's the bad guy. He's clearly on the bad guy's team. And he is smart and funny, kind of sarcastic, says a lot of sarcastic things about military life. He's a pretty brilliant strategist. He advises his men in really smart ways. He's actually a really great leader. He has a strong agenda. And generally, by the end of the first episode, you're like, I like this guy. I would serve under him. And he's one of the bad guys? What are you doing, Gundam? What is this? Gundam is a story about people. It is not a story about archetypes. It is set in a future war that is meant to be like it's like any other war story. It is two factions fighting, and you can explore lots of interesting things going on there, and you can understand each side. Moreover, Gundam decided to be closer to hard science fiction, meaning that it tries to be more realistic with its science fiction elements. There are a few things that just kind of work. It's like, we have compact fusion reactors now. Don't worry about it. We're not going to explain how that works. We're just going to assume that technology has advanced. But within those constrictions, they tried to be realistic about it. If the Gundam gets damaged, it needs to be repaired, right? It isn't just suddenly better next episode. It may be better next episode, but you will see the repair personnel who had to spend hours and hours repairing all this stuff. They have to get resupplied. There's a groundedness to Gundam. The mecha is not this gigantor that just flies out of nowhere and helps to fight the bad guys. It is built by a military-industrial complex, and it has repair manuals and instructions and all this kind of stuff. It was thought through far more than a lot of other science fiction at the time. Even the Yamatos and Galaxy Expresses, it's very much kind of pew-pew space laser science fiction. We have all these tropes and rockets and so forth, but we're not really thinking about how the Arcadia is able to land on a planet and then get back off of it, right? So there was this groundedness to Gundam that was really, really remarkable. It also became famous for the fact that it would pit various characters against each other, and they would scream their philosophies at each other while attacking each other, often in giant robots. And this is very odd until you get used to it, but this was actually turned out to be a very effective storytelling technique, because you could have action occurring, combat and conflict, but you'd also hear the reasoning behind that conflict. And you would discover that every character in this show has their own reasons why they're fighting. Every character has motivation, and you understand those motivations over the course of the show. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's complex, and you got to understand people. These characters were not simply stand-ins for good or evil. There was a lot more going on there, which is really, really interesting. Lady Ryu, I was the same way. I started with Gundam Wing, then went back to Mobile Suit Gundam. That was a trip. Gundam also had moments like this, the famous Bright Slap. There's a moment in Gundam where the protagonist, Amuro Ray, the young man in blue on the far right there, who basically stumbled into the Gundam. Like most giant robot series, there is a massively expensive military weapon sitting out there in the battlefield, and he runs up to it, and nobody actually locks their mecha, so he just walks right in and starts piloting it. And he's basically defending himself. There's a battle going on, he's trying to protect himself. And so he pilots it, and spoiler alert, episode 1 of Gundam, the pilots they expected to have don't make it. They actually die. And so he's the only one with any kind of experience. So he ends up getting kind of drafted to pilot the Gundam. But he's not a pilot. He's not military. He's 15 years old. He has no interest in any of this. But he kind of has to do it. Partway through the show, he finally tells everyone, you know what? Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to pilot this anymore. I have to kill people. I don't like it. I'm not this person. He's kind of a pacifist. And so the captain comes to him and says, well, you know, you kind of have to, otherwise we all die. Like, you're going to have to go out and pilot this giant robot. And Amuro refuses. Whereupon Captain Bright, is his name, Captain Bright, grabs Amuro by the collar and slaps him. And actually backhands him again. Get in the goddamn robot, Amuro. Whereupon Amuro falls back and gives this line that you will see referenced in anime in future. So you may see this in anime you see. You hit me. My own father never even hit me. Whereupon Bright delivers what I think is one of the most important lines in anime. First he says, maybe if he had you wouldn't whine so much. But then he says, I don't have time for this. You need to grow up real fast, Amuro. And he turns and walks out. And here's why this is important. The mecha is not a cool toy that flies in to save the day. It is not this cool, gigantic Mazinger Z, get a robo piloted thing that you get in and you fight off the bad guys. It's a responsibility. It sucks. It's a part of growing up. The mecha is now a metaphor for growing up, for the responsibilities you have as a teenager and a young adult. It's a job, exactly. Anime was suddenly now about growing up. It was no longer just escapism. It was about what it means to be an adult and how being an adult means you have to sometimes accept responsibilities that aren't fun, that suck a lot of the time. You need to grow up real fast. That was, in a sense, a line for the audience. You know, anime is growing up, just like you are. And we're going to make anime for you and for that process. And so that's one of the reasons why Gundam was a really big deal. Exactly, putting on the mantle of adulthood and the armor, or the armor of adulthood. Exactly. Unfortunately, Gundam came out and was a failure. Nobody really watched Gundam when it first came out. The sort of Nielsen ratings were very poor. It picked up near the end. It found its audience near the end of its run, but it was considered not very successful by like the TV station at the time in general. But, in fact, it was cut short. They did not get their full episode count. But, fortunately, they had something in their back pocket. The toy company that they were working with, and there's a whole other backstory as to why Gundam existed, and it was kind of a response to what was going on with toys at the time. The toy company they were working with happened to be releasing model kits and also, not just model kits, but also plastic toys of the mecha. They were relatively cheap and relatively detailed. And because of Gundam's structure, because it's a war story, it's not hero mecha versus monster of the week. It's about these complex battles. If you want your models, not that kind of a model, this kind of a model, this is the kind of model you're getting in for Gundam, these days. Obviously, they weren't that detailed back then. But you want your mecha model, and you want to represent these fights. You don't buy just one mecha model. You don't buy two mecha model. You're buying half a dozen mecha models. So suddenly a lot more toys are being bought as a result of Gundam. And so that kind of saves it. The toy company sees a huge upswing in sales, and other merchandise did well. Um, and so they're like, hey, we're the ones financing this. You're making money for us. Cool. So we'll give you money for a. Do I have? Yes. So it made money. It made a lot of money. Those toys made a lot of money. They actually made yen, but you get the idea. So they got the money to make a 3-movie adaptation, and then a sequel anime series in the early 80s, and then another sequel, and another sequel, and an OVA, and more sequels, and more movies, and more OVAs. I compiled a list of all of the official Gundam anime and manga titles to date, just the names of all of them. Gundam's done pretty well. Yeah. So, Gundam's a franchise. And more importantly, because Gundam was so successful, and because Gundam is serious, a serious, grounded, hard science fiction story about growing up, that became the pattern for anime. Folks were like, okay, that's how we're going to make anime from now on, right? That's what we're going to do. And so that became the template, broadly speaking. Anime aimed more at teenagers, more about adolescent issues. So, a few years later, we would get a great example of that, Super Dimension Fortress Macross. Macross did a couple of interesting things. It is also a mecha series. It is a little bit more space opera. It's a little bit more high level with its action and so forth and so on. It's not quite as grounded as Gundam, but it is still more real robot science fiction. The idea is that in fact, when Gundam came out, it immediately created this bifurcation in mecha. That the cheesy robot series of the 60s and 70s were now called Super Robot, and Gundam and its ilk were now Real Robot. So Macross is Real Robot, but it's a little bit more operatic, a little bit more big in tone and feel. But it did a couple of things. One is this, Romance Among the Stars. Macross intentionally introduced romantic relational storylines all the way through its story to appeal to the female audience as well as the male audience. And they found out, shockingly, girls would tune in for that, and they would not tune out as soon as there was a combat sequence. And the boys would tune in for the combat sequence, and they wouldn't immediately turn off when two characters kissed. So Macross got a large audience. It managed to attract, the other half of the human population. Maybe that's not a bad idea. It also had a huge animation budget. It had about twice the animation budget of a normal anime at the time. I have not been able to find how they managed that, whether they made some deals. I don't know where that money came from. But the animation in original Macross, particularly the mecha animation, is very fluid. And part of this was that the staff kind of wanted to show off that Japanese animators had skill. Up until this point, even in Japan, the average people assumed that Japanese animators were bad at animating. Japanese animators had a very low reputation because every anime had a low animation budget. So nobody had the time and the ability to create, really cool animated sequences in anime, because they had to churn out 10 shots a day. By the way, that's not an unrealistic number. So Macross suddenly had the budget to showcase the skill of Japanese animators, and folks were now impressed. Japanese folks were now impressed at the skill of Japanese animators, and started to raise the opinion of anime within the Japanese populace. Really, 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 really impressive. Now, I should say, when I say that the animation this is impressive, not all of it. There's plenty of animation in Macross that's kind of workaday. Especially like characters walking across the street, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of rough animation in Macross, but there are sequences all throughout where you're like, oh wow, that's impressive for 1983, I think, 82, 82, I'm pretty sure. And Macross also was successful, also made money with that combination of things. Helped a lot. This is also the era of Creamy Mami. Creamy Mami went really heavy into this idea of what's called the media mix. And the term was actually coined in here. And I include this partly because the media mix is a common term you'll see a lot, so it's worth being aware of. the idea of the media mix is going back to that original Osamu Tezuka Astro Boy idea of heavily investing in a wide range of products, and more importantly, having this idea that the franchise includes all of this media equally. No one piece of media is considered, the one canonical place where everybody should go into it. When you think of Star Wars, the movies are really the central sort of tentpole of that franchise. Think of Star Trek, the TV series are really the tentpole of that, unless you look at the J.J. Abrams reboots. In Western media, we generally have one medium that's considered the source or the core medium for that. Media mix doesn't look at it that way. They have this idea that you can have, if you just read the manga, that's cool. If you just read the anime, that's cool. If you go from the anime to the manga to the light novels to the video games, that's cool too. And this allows something that's kind of unique, or at least distinctive, that each one of those media can do its own thing to an extent. The manga doesn't have to be the anime, because that may have its own fans. The video game adaptation can kind of go off in its own direction. So the folks creating each of these media, working at each of these different companies and doing all their different stuff, have more freedom than if you're writing a Star Trek novel where, those characters have to stay the same at the end of that novel than at the beginning. Like, you can't reinvent those characters. But, if you're doing Madoka Magica, you can kind of really do some interesting things with that in your own stuff. Even if you're making, a sticker book, you can come up with your own, stickers within that universe. You could have your own special baton for this magical girl. You could introduce new things because you're part of the larger media mix, right? You're not as tied to the franchise. Did Mami have any songs that showed up on Japanese radio? I'm not sure. I think so. It is certainly possible. I know there were one or two magical girl series at the time that were like at that level of popularity. Not sure if Mami was one of them, but that sounds right. Now at this point, anime was undergoing a lot of changes and evolutions. And at this point, I need to pause the presentation and whoops, not do that. Hold on. Nope. I am going to show you a clip. Let's see here. Because I do need to show you this. A lot of money was coming into the anime industry at this point. So one sec. Nope. And I need to find a way to... Oh, thank you. Oh, there we are. To kill that. All right. So there's a lot of things changing in the anime industry at the time because money is starting to flow in. With Macross proving that Japanese animation can actually look good if you give it a budget, but also with a lot of Japanese studios taking on work internationally, there's a lot more money flowing in. Little known fact, Toei Animation animated the G.I. Joe cartoon that aired in America. Transformers, famously also animated in Japan. A large number of the weekday afternoon and Saturday morning cartoons of the 80s in America were actually drawn and animated in Japan. American sort of production staff, American creative team, but actually outsourced to Japan. So a lot of that money is now flowing into these anime studios that they can then put into their shows. And so I wanted to show how much that was changing things. So to give you an idea, I wanted to be reasonably fair with this. These are clips from several different anime series by the same director working at the same anime studio, each one a couple of years apart. And each one from the opening credit sequence. So, original Gundam. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. Original Gundam. As you can see, a little chunky at times, although some of that's intended visually. You get an idea for that feeling. A couple years later, Zabungle. That's some nice imagery there. A couple years later. Yeah, so they kind of solved the animation problem. Animation in in anime suddenly started to look really, really good. And everyone knew it. Okay. Oops. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Nope. Ah. Everything's falling apart. All right. Moving a little more quickly now. 1983 also saw the release of Dallos. The Digimon image was a joke around transformation, which I don't have time for right now. Dallos was the first OVA, original video animation, first animation anime made and sold directly to audiences. And this is a big deal because it meant that you could make something aimed at directly at the fans. And you could make it, and you could sell it directly to the fans, which meant you didn't have to censor anything. You didn't have to broadcast it. It wasn't going to movie theaters. So you could basically do anything. You could be as violent as you want. You could have you could have boobs if you wanted to. You could have blood. You could have folks, blowing their heads off. You could do whatever. This is from the American release, which has this really terrible Flash Gordon cover. No one in the OVA actually looks like this. There are actually robot dogs, but it's very, very bizarre. Dallas is actually a very serious sort of political. It's actually about colonists on the moon who decide to revolt against the government, and it's really oddly serious. Also directed by Mamoru Oshii, who'd go on to direct Ghost in the Shell a little while later, but definitely very serious. Now Dallas had some production problems. It was released in multiple different episodes, and it wasn't actually completed before another OVA called Birth came out and was completed. So it kind of depends on how you count the first OVA, right? But very much Dallas was a very interesting story, and started this whole OVA phenomenon. And OVAs are important because it not only gave creators a place to experiment where they can make something very weird, something very non-commercial and experimental and sell that to the fans. Or you could keep a franchise alive by saying, okay, the financiers aren't willing to finance another TV series or a movie, but there are enough fans out there that we can make a short OVA to just kind of keep people's interest in the franchise going. And then maybe, a few years from now, we can get the money to make, the next thing in this franchise. So it kept a lot of things alive that they wouldn't over here. 1984 was a really great year for anime in film. I'm going to go a little over on this. I apologize for that. We got the Urusei Yatsura, the movie Two Beautiful Dreamers, which was this very interesting movie about, all sorts of things. It's really about reality versus fantasy, and dealing with some interesting philosophical questions. We also got the Macross movie, Do You Remember Love? Which we actually watched here at the con yesterday. And that forever put a nail in the final nail in the coffin of the idea that Japanese animation had to look bad. Oh my gosh, the animation in the Macross movie is gorgeous. It looks gorgeous today. The budget was just sky high, and they executed on that. This was also the year of Nausicaa, the Valley of Wind, Hayao Miyazaki's first original film. He'd been doing a bunch of other work before this. And he was well known within otaku circles, but it was his first original film. Not wildly successful financially, but the ecological movement was really gaining steam in Japan at this point. And so you're getting a lot of segments on television around ecology and conservationism and so forth and so on, environmentalism. And so when one of these shows would start a segment talking about environmentalism, they would often lead in with a clip from Nausicaa, because that was the big pop thing you could bring in. It's nice and bright and colorful, relatively speaking. And it was just an easy lead-in to these discussions. So Nausicaa was arguably the first anime to kind of break out of anime, out of anime fandom, into broad popular culture as a thing that was about something important in Japanese culture. So Japanese people were like, hey, anime is dealing with things that we actually care about. That's interesting. That's cool. And it, again, it sort of raised the opinion of anime a little bit in the eyes of the average Japanese person. Technically not original. Again, he'd done the manga originally, but it was the first anime using his own original characters. First anime film using his own original characters. Unless you count Conan. Anyway. A few years later, we got the worst double feature in human history. That's right. You would go to the theaters and watch back-to-back Grave of the Fireflies and My Neighbor Totoro in 1988. Fortunately, My Neighbor Totoro came second. But, yes, those were two movies that came out. They were important because Grave of the Fireflies was an adaptation of a semi-autobiographical short novel that actually happened. Obviously, there's some changes in there. But Grave of the Fireflies was serious literature. This was a thing that would be, assigned to high schoolers to read. It was a big deal, and Japanese folks seeing that anime could now handle serious literature was a big step up for anime. Also, Grave of the Fireflies toured the art house circuit internationally. And so it was shown at film festivals and art house cinemas and things like that. Roger Ebert wrote a glowing review of Grave of the Fireflies in 1988. So internationally, folks were now aware of these things. We also got My Neighbor Totoro, Hayao Miyazaki's first big family film. Anime aimed at clearly at children and family, and kind of started that portion of his career. All right, moving on a little faster here. Also, the decade of mecha. Obviously, 1980s, lots of mecha series. I may have to cut this short. 1 second. I gotta check on something. Whoops, wrong thing. Hold on. Don't. No, move that over there. Stop it. I'm just gonna check on something, if I can. Cool. Sorry, just double checking something for the next part of the con, and making sure everyone is ready for that. So let's continue this. Boink, 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 boink. But anime would be about to enter what I consider to be its golden age. Not with that. Hold on. What's going on here? Everything's confusing. Okay. So we have the golden age about to arrive in 1988 with the release of a little movie called Akira. Now, Akira is not a big deal because it has the best plot in the world and the best story in the world. People, I came from a time when people were like, "Oh my gosh, Akira is the greatest work of art ever made by mankind." And I'm like, slow your roll a little bit. But Akira is absolutely important for a couple of different reasons. Akira had an insane animation budget. Akira had the highest budget of any film ever made in Japan up to this point. Not just highest budgeted anime film, highest budgeted Japanese film, period, up to this point. And it shows. Oh my gosh, the time and effort they put into this film. You'll notice, you can see in this film the filing cabinets in the windows in the building behind him in this shot. That's the kind of level of detail that's in this film. And this is important because Akira went international, and the animation budget was so high, it was close enough to Disney and to Disney styles of animation that it really felt like it was approachable to folks who were not into anime. Akira was kind of a bridge. People could watch Akira and get it, and get into it, and appreciate that. Akira, really, really impressive for that level of detail. Also important because it made all the money in the world. It was very, very successful. But Akira is a movie with gore, violence, nudity, aimed squarely at an adult audience, and a late teen, young adult audience. And dang, it made money. So what did this tell people? It told the financiers, we can make anime that has all sorts of adult material in it, aim it at adults and make money. So let's do that. And this led to an era with a lot of classic franchises suddenly being built that would go on for years and years and years. Things that were like really, really successful, including things like Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon, what's different about this image than every other magical girl image I've shown so far? How is this different? It's got a team. It's a whole bunch of girls all of a sudden. Sailor Moon was designed to be a magical girl series in the style of the Tokusatsu Power Rangers style series. It was applying that formula to Magical Girl. And it worked. Because Sailor Moon is violent. There's a lot of violence in Sailor Moon, which is not a typical thing in Magical Girl. Cutie Honey accepted. The general Magical Girl thing was much more passive. You'd have like magical spells you were throwing back and forth at each other. But Sailor Moon's a lot more tokusatsu, right? A lot more punching and kicking kind of stuff. Crazy vines, that kind of stuff. And massively popular. Massively popular. Now, unfortunately, despite the great work being done by Hayao Miyazaki, the sort of the full flowering of Hayao Miyazaki's career, you're also seeing some interesting changes. You started seeing series like Neon Genesis Evangelion. Eva's interesting because actually I should just double check something. One moment. Make sure everything is okay. Yep. Eva was hugely successful. Hugely popular. But it's a very dark series. Very psychological series. Why might that be? The problem is people see Evangelion and they kind of assume it's this. They kind of assume it's this fun series. But it's they kind of assume it's this actually. I guess that early one was, why does everyone love Evangelion so much? People see Evangelion kind of assume it's this. It's not. It's this. This is basically Evangelion. It is a very dark, depressing, psychological series. And man, why was this the hotness in 1995 in Japan? Well, because this had happened. The Japanese real estate and stock markets from 1980 to 2005. And you see things are going really well until 1990. And then suddenly everything goes down and kind of crashes. And they lose all of that progress economically, more or less. So suddenly, the money goes out of the economy. Now, the success of Akira and the general success of anime in the 80s insulated the anime industry for a while. So there was still a lot of money flowing into the anime industry. And so you could have some of these successes like, Dragon Ball and Ranma and Tenchi and so forth and Sailor Moon. And they could get, a budget. But that started to dry up by the mid-90s. And there was this general sense of malaise in Japanese society by the mid-90s. There was definitely this economic hardship going on. And Evangelion fit that to a T. It's exactly, that's what everyone was feeling in 1995, basically, in Japan. So Evangelion fit the times. And it was also exploring interesting, weird things with anime and the mecha genre. Evangelion is very much a commentary on like mecha tropes and on anime tropes. The reason Shinji is this, depressed, passive guy is because Anno, the director, was really trying to say something about Japanese society, Japanese youth, and was trying to make sort of the anti-typical mecha protagonist. Shinji is everything a typical mecha protagonist is not. So the otaku could respond to that by saying, this is interesting, while the average viewer was like, wow, this feels like I'm feeling, so to speak. Obviously, a lot more going on than that, but anyway. And we're going to skip that a little bit. So by the late 90s, you're really seeing the money dry up in the anime industry. There's just not a lot of cash going around. And so you see some unusual things happening. You see shows like Serial Experiments Lain. And I include Lain on here because it is this very odd 1998 experimental techno thriller that aired late at night and really is a weird experiment. You know, this is not promotional artwork. This is a screenshot. This is what Lane actually looks like. It has these weird dirty yellows and purpley blacks. And it was very visually experimental. It's very experimental with its story structure. Because the money had gotten out of the industry, the folks who were left were the ones who wanted to experiment. The ones who loved anime as a medium and wanted to do interesting things with it. And now nobody was watching. Basically, in the sense of big financiers expecting a big return on their money. Now, you could do a cheap anime series and just do it, and as long as it was mildly successful, that was fine. So you could experiment a lot more in this period than actually you could in a lot of ways in the 80s, where a lot of the 80s stuff was a lot more safe. Except in the OVA, and I'm talking like TV anime. TV anime in the 80s tended to be pretty straightforward. The OVAs were a lot weirder, and the movies were weirder. The 90s saw a lot of weird experimentation on TV. You also saw stuff like Cowboy Bebop in 1998 as well. Now, Bebop was a lot more successful in the West than it was in Japan. It was, people watched it. It was a respect, it did respectfully well in in Japan. Famously, they got some Seiyu awards out of that. But it was, obviously it did not spawn a huge franchise, right? It was not successful enough that people were making a ton more Bebop. However, that is exactly the point. When the staff came together to make the Bebop movie, because they were like, we're not going to get the budget to make anything else. We can maybe do a movie. They ran the numbers and they knew they would still be in the red. They would still be, they still have no money. When they released this in Japan. This would be a flop in Japan. Well, not a flop, but it would not make its money in Japan. But as soon as it went over to America, it would make a profit. Because the American fans were buying so much Bebop, those discs were selling so well in America, they knew that the American market was now big enough to help support it. And this is what we started seeing in the late 90s. People started using the size of the American market, which was now big enough, as an influence on whether or not to make certain anime series. Now, they were not making anime for America, but they would do things like, for example, an American company would go back to an anime studio and say, "Hey, of these 5 franchises you're working on, or you're thinking about doing a new anime series in, this is the one that's biggest in America right now. So if you're going to choose amongst any of them, your choice, but FYI, that's the one that's going to be successful." And they would start listening to that feedback. Indeed, American licensors would go over to Japan and say, "Hey, here's, $50,000 for another Silent Mobius, or for another whatever." I'm pulling that out of thin air. But they would go and say, if you make this, we will make money, so we will invest in more stuff in this franchise. So again, it was not anime studios saying, "Oh, hey, let's make anime for Americans." But there was now enough money coming in from America to tip the needle one way or the other in favor of them making one of 2 things they wanted to make, basically. So like, we got Bebop the movie because of sales of anime in America. Unfortunately, there were other things happening at this time as well in fandom. One moment, gotta check on something else. Okay, we're fine. You started seeing the rise of fan subs. Fan subs. All sorts of things expanded. So all sorts of things happened at one time to allow for fan subs to distribute on the internet. And so now you could get anime for free fan sub. Now, there have been fan subs for a long time before this, but they were harder to find and they were not as common. And usually once the show actually came out, the fan subs would get harder to find. But fan subs were sticking around a lot longer, and folks were starting to just watch the fan subs and then not actually buy the anime when it came out. Not everyone, but enough to make an impact. Further, the the Japanese companies were seeing the money they were making in America and asking for higher and higher licensing fees. So because anime was increasingly valuable, they were asking for more money. And unfortunately, they just assumed that that would continue going up forever. So they kept asking for higher and higher in fees until suddenly the fees were way too high, and the American companies couldn't pay them anymore, and boom, it all fell apart. The American companies had invested so much money, they were so far in debt that they suddenly had to fold and go bankrupt. And then that money disappeared from the Japanese markets. They didn't have that money source coming in, and this led to all sorts of problems. Unfortunately, we are kind of out of time, and I'm gonna have to stop there. I actually went over anyway, and just so you know, what happened was visual novels. They came in to kind of save the anime industry. So if I could, I would finish this up, but I have gone over time. I spent a little bit too much time on that. But that is a brief history of anime. Things obviously changed in the 2000s and 2010s, but I hope you found that useful and interesting. And I will go ahead and switch us back to here. I believe we have a cosplay panel kind of queued up here. Let's see here. Let's see. Apologies, I had a little bit of mix up about who I was contacting about the anime panel or the cosplay panel. Let's see here. Lady Ryu, who should I Discord in? Who should I do that with? Because I'm not seeing a response from Kaminoko. And I want to make sure I am video calling the right person. That would be kind of nice to make sure that we're doing it right. Thank you, everyone. Glad that was helpful. Yeah, the dub versus sub debate, that was a whole big deal. Which thankfully, it's, who cares now? Closing ceremonies are at 4 o'clock p.m. Right after our charity auction, where I will be auctioning off a bunch of stuff that I own, including one or two things that I think will raise some eyebrows. Not that kind of thing, but hopefully. So I'm not sure who to. Okay, cool. All right. This is the thing about online cons. Got to make some last minute adjustments. Okay. That's there. So that's there. Oh, I got to switch that over. That's what's going on. I hope this works. No. I've got to switch it back around again. That goes there. This one goes there. That one goes there, to quote Han Solo. All right. So I'm going to call in. I think I still have my audio up, so that should be fine. So just a moment while we cycle everyone in, and hopefully we will all be good. And it will be the plan, and hopefully we can get into cosplay, which is a whole thing. I have exactly 2 cosplay outfits, which I rarely wear because cosplay is uncomfortable. And hauling it around is a pain, but that's the thing. So, not getting a response from Kaminoko just yet. So not sure. Something's up. We're having some video problems. Please bear with me for just a moment. If anyone has any questions in about a brief history of anime, feel free to throw those out here. Welcome, Emma, from the UK. Lovely. I'm going to use a terrible British accent. I have cosplay of there we go. Let's see here. Hello, I see a cabinet.
Yeah, I gotta switch it.
There we go.
Oh, why isn't it? Oh, okay.
Flipped right. Are we sideways?
No, we're not sideways.
Nope, you're good. You're all good. 1 second while I readjust my microphones.
Sideways, but it's not sideways.
Let me mute my YouTube.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
All right, 1 second while I switch this over so you all can see this. I want that. I don't. What the heck? I want that.
I thought I handed it to
Cool.
you.
All right. And then let me.
Oh,
not
we're
be
here.
in You're here. It's all good. Let me not be in your panel. There we are. That's a little better. All right. It is all up to you all. I will punch up all of my audio, so hopefully this will be as loud as possible.
Sure.
I don't know if my volume's all the way up.
Okay, cool. Yep, I think we're good. I will monitor the chat, see what's going on there, make sure audio levels are good. You're all ready to go. Go for it.
Hello.
Can you guys hear us?
Can y'all hear us? Sorry.
So waiting for
Hi, Cake.
Our beloved machine.
Hello, everybody.
All right, let's start.
Okay.
Yep, sounds like they can hear you.
Great. Okay, so this is Lady Ryu, who you've probably all seen in Discord
In trivia,
and
mostly.
trivia and chat and everywhere. And I'm Kaminoko, and we are cousins.
Yes.
And also love to like sew and cosplay together. This is actually our dining room table, which
Slash
has
sweatshop.
yes, it has been the scene of many late night sweatshops that went all the way into the morning, working on last minute cosplay. So we're happy we can kind of invite you in here.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Along with introductions, this is my machine. Her name is Bertha. I call her Bert. This is not my first machine. I've had several. And this is Kaminoko's machine.
You called it Flo.
I named her Flo.
She likes to name
I like
everything.
to name objects. Yeah, so everyone get comfy. We're just gonna go. Oh, sorry. You want to say anything? I'm sorry.
So what we decided, we thought about doing some different things, and what we decided to do today is just talk to you guys about cosplay while we make masks to donate to healthcare facilities. And I actually, EJ, do you know where my prototypes went? I actually was up late last night making like 3 different kinds of masks so I could show them to you, but I don't know where they went.
Sorry, we were.
I think they're over there somewhere.
They're hidden
Where
somewhere.
did they go? Oh, they're right here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so this is the first most basic style, which EJ I think is going to kind of demonstrate for us today.
Yes, I also go by EJ, by the way.
Sorry. I forgot. I'm so used to calling her that. So as you can see, it has pleats. I don't know if I should get a little closer to the camera. It has pleats, which are pretty simple. And then this uses bias tape because, for one thing, people say it's actually more comfortable and it can fit more different sizes. And also because there's apparently a shortage on elastic now because so many people are making these, which is awesome.
We have an abundance.
This mask is one that a YouTuber named
Designer Shasta has
Designer.
patterns.
Yeah,
Her name's Mimi G.
Mimi G. This was her design. And then this one was made specifically to go over the N95 masks that healthcare professionals use when they're on the front lines, so to speak. So it's kind of big, but that's because it's made to go over something else. And I retrofitted this one with a filter pocket because they didn't have them before.
And filter pockets are mainly for healthcare facilities, hospitals, that sort of thing.
So the point of, I don't know if you can see me, I'm like out of the frame.
Our frame is side.
Yeah. So the point of having the filter pocket is if they run out of masks, they can use one of these mask styles. If it has a filter pocket in it, they can put a filter inside. And there are other things they can do, like put body tape on the inside so that they can get as good a seal as possible so that it's at least closer to a, professionally produced mask with the right materials. So that's one of the things that hospitals and other healthcare facilities have been asking for. Anybody have any questions?
Hold on, I'm okay. Responding in
EJ, don't respond in the chat. Respond
all right,
I forgot. Please, thank you.
So, really simple things. You'll need a couple things to get started. I'm gonna show y'all how to make the I think easier one with elastic. So you'll need a sewing machine, fabric. Can use this fun little monster fabric, and I'll have 2 pieces. Make sure it's 100% cotton, and you want 2 pieces of it. And this will be just like for a generic mask you can wear if you're going to the grocery store or just around your house or whatever.
We should mention that it, while it makes you a little less likely to contract or to spread the virus, it's not 100%.
It's disclaimers everywhere.
So yeah, it's important to have that disclaimer.
So
but it does also help you not remember to not touch your face when you're out.
That too. So you'll need fabric, scissors. I have 3 pairs here because I'm weird and you do not need all of these. I have paper ones. These are for paper only. Do not cut fabric with it. And tell people don't cut fabric with these. These are paper only. Write it on with the Sharpie marker, whatever you got to do. And then I have 2 pairs of sewing scissors. I have regular, shears. Or I have these lovely little spring-loaded, locked in place. But check it out. Love these things. Okay. Either one's fine. They work fine. You will also need a cutting mat, which you have on the table. And
this is a more specialized tool.
Fabric. I do a lot of quilting too. So I have a lot of quilting tool. Yeah, tool. Thank you. Tools to use. This looks like a fabric pizza cutter because that's basically what it is. It's a rotary cutter. Kaminoko has this cute little baby one. I have the big fat one because, that's just true. I do a lot of cutting.
The big one is better for cutting straight lines, and the smaller one is better for curves. So, like if you're doing clothing patterns, the smaller one's easier to use.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then you need thread. Pins. I like to use these super long dress pins. They're also quilting pins are just long. Be careful, they will stab you.
Oh yes.
I have many
war scars,
injuries from those. Thread. There's 2 different types of thread. You have your generic little cute bitty spools. They'll fit, on the top of your machine. Or you can be cheap like me. I like to save money. I use serger thread, which is like this, but you get more and it's cheaper. So if you do decide to use the cone thread, get yourself a little coffee mug, or I use a wide mouth mason jar. And I'm going to thread my machine.
This is brilliant, by the way.
So I do this because I like to save money. And I do a lot of quilting and I use a lot of thread. So get yourself some sweet tea. Try to not knock it over. And you just take your cone, plop it in your jaw, slide it to the back of your machine, and just start it like normal. I don't know if y'all can see. Sorry, I'm probably starting really fast here. I do this a lot. Okay. And then you'll need bobbins. You'll have to start it depending on your machine. I don't know if I have time to demo that.
Sometimes it's different for different machines.
Yes. My machine's computerized. I had one like Kaminoka's here several times before. They're similar. Mine just has like fancy buttons and crap.
And your bobbin is what you call a top loader.
Yes, and I have a top loading bobbin. Here's my little bobbin. Make sure your string goes the right way.
You can't really see this from this angle, but mine is a front loader bobbin, so I'm going to pull it out so you can see it. So this actually has this casing that comes out. Top loaders, usually you just slot it right into the machine.
Okay, and we're ready. We're good to go. I don't think I forgot any. Okay, so you can use the pins if you want. You don't have to. Also, you'll need a pattern. There's several types of patterns we're using.
Becca is asking where we got our patterns.
Right.
So we actually, I think we mentioned this pattern comes from Mimi G. She has a tutorial on YouTube on how to make this one. And I actually added a filter pocket, which I can talk about later. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so if you just look up MIMI space G on YouTube, you should be able to find it pretty easily. I think it's like her top training video right now or something. Or maybe you can type it in.
I'll type it in the chat. Give me 1 second.
The other patterns we found through an organization that's actually helping to collect these masks called MakeMasks2020.org. That's the website.
I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. I can multitask.
And the other one, Mimi G.
Oh yeah, I got it. That's the first thing I did.
Is already in there. Great.
Okay. And
but everyone has tutorials all over the place with different kinds of styles. I tried out a few different ones because I wanted to see what I liked and what I thought was comfortable.
Right. I forgot one thing. Pattern weights. These, you can get them from the dollar store, Dollar Tree. It's like my BFF. They're great for holding down patterns. You can also use pins to pin your pattern to your fabric while cutting it out. Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Pattern weights work really well if you're using a rotary cutter. Pins probably work better if you're using scissors or shears.
Okay. Oh, and for the one I'm doing, we actually just kind of drafted our own little pattern. So we make sure it fit right. So I have 2 layers here. I have the outer fabric, these cute little monster thingies, and this lovely orange to be the lining. And this can also possibly be reversible. You cut this with the measurements.
Oh, sorry. This is just a rectangle. It's 9 inches by 11 inches. And you want the width to be across what's going across your face.
Across your face
so
like that.
If you actually pick up your fabric, you can pull it and see which way it has a little more give.
Or stretch.
So I don't know if you can see that. It has a little bit of stretch. So you want the wider part to go this across where it has the stretch so that it will fit a little tighter against the face.
So we have our pieces. So this is our outer fabric. This is what you'll see on the outside. And this is what you'll see on the inside. So we're basically just making a giant pillow. And we're going to be pleating it. Pleats are just folds. I'll get more into that when we get to that point. So you're going to lay your fabric. I wish we could angle this so y'all can see. Clean up a little bit. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, we'll backtrack for a second about the filters. So for filters, you can go to Walmart, get vacuum bags and cut them up in little strips to make filters if you decide to make a mask with a filter pocket.
That's for like a very robust filter because it's like almost like a HEPA filtration. Might be a little difficult to breathe through, but you can also use. People are using all kinds of other things. People are using tissues. People are using coffee filters.
Oh,
I
coffee
think.
filters, yeah.
Yeah, which are a little bit thinner, but still would provide some filtration more than you would get with fabric.
Yeah, those are meant to be temporary, so like they would change them out before washing and then put a new one in.
Yeah. And the hospitals are actually going, when we donate these, the hospitals are actually going to autoclave them to make sure that they're completely sterile. That's the other reason why they need to be 100% cotton, because otherwise they'll like melt.
Yes. So don't get anything that says poly cotton blend, anything that says broadcloth. Just make sure it says 100% cotton.
Yeah.
In the packaging. Okay, so let's get into this. And then, anybody have any questions? Keep peeking at my phone.
I think that's Brent.
Oh, okay. Gary?
I think you have your sound on, Brent.
Sorry.
It's
That's
fine.
okay.
We were just like, where is that coming from?
Their house was haunted for a second. Wouldn't be surprised. Mom cut it out. So, we're gonna do this. You're gonna lay your fabric right sides together. So you're gonna have this side. Actually, you're gonna have your printed side facing up, and you're gonna. This is a solid. This one doesn't really have a front or a back, but you're just gonna lay this on top. If you're using another print, you would just make sure the printed side is facing down. So you have one side facing up and one facing down.
I'm going to go over here and cut some more pieces while she's showing you that.
Okay. So I'm going to have my pieces together. Oh, wait, I forgot. You have to sandwich in the elastic on the corners. So I'm just going to fold this back. So you're just going to take one corner and put it in the top corner. Oh, hold on 1 second. I have clips for this. Here they are. These you don't necessarily need to have, but they're kind of helpful. They're bias binding clips, or a lot of quilters use it to hold bias tape, or just binding it into like little clips. So, go in the corner. You want to go down a little. And you're just going to sandwich it in between. I don't know if y'all can see this. I just kind of have it, I'm holding it in place. And then just sandwich your top piece on top. And you can either pin this if you don't have the little clips, you can just pin it. Be careful or you'll stab your fingers. I always pin outward so it looks something like this. And you're just going to pin it at the top and also at the bottom. Make sure it doesn't, your elastic doesn't twist.
Grab the fabric pile.
Okay. And you're going to do this on both sides. Okay. Well, I'm going to pry this open so y'all can see. So it should, if you flip it inside out, it should look something like this. Yeah, okay. Oh, geez.
Oh, how long did it
Yeah.
take to make?
um,
So from I've just done these 3, and so they take a little longer when you're kind of first doing it. Think if you're slower, it might take you about half an hour to put one together. But if you kind of get all your pieces and cut them all at once, you can probably do like about one every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry if I'm taking
And if you're
a little longer. I'm being a snail today. I apologize.
No, you're totally fine.
Okay, so you pin it on each side. Then the magic begins. Okay, so you're going to stitch around. I will hold this up in just a second. It doesn't have to look pretty. It'll all turn out the same. And yeah, if you have bent pins, don't use them. It'll hurt your machine. Okay. I'll move my tea out the way. Okay. So it should look something like this. And we're gonna stitch, we're gonna leave about 2-inch opening at the bottom here. So we can flip it inside out. So we're just gonna stitch a 1/4 inch around the edges. Here, I need a third arm. Around the edges here. It's the same as like if you're making a pillow. And the 1/4 inch line on your machine, if you have lines on it, will be that very first line under the presser foot. Or actually, you know what I like to do? Use the edge of the presser foot as a guide. So you line up the edge of your fabric to the bottom of your presser foot, and that gives you like a guide. So you're gonna sit around. Okay, 1 second. I forgot to use the clips, but okay.
I actually was able to put this one together with no pins.
Yeah, I don't usually use pins. I mainly use pins if I'm doing like cosplay stuff.
Some people are saying it might be better to try to avoid using pins because putting the holes in the mask, obviously, that compromises its ability to filter.
Okay. You're going to hear my machine. Bert's kind of loud, so I apologize in advance. I got to hit the gas. Here we go. So you're going to start. Oh, yeah, I got different speeds on this thing. Let me crank it up a little. Okay, so you're going to start. Make sure you back stitch. And keep it going. And then when you get to the corners with the elastic, I think I pinned this backwards, but just watch your fingers and be careful. When you get to the elastic part, we're not quite there yet. There we go. Make sure it's straight. And then I'm weird, I like to back stitch and then we're just gonna also back stitch over the elastic just so it's really snug in there. And if your stuff slides, it's okay. Just kind of line it up. Oh yeah, I meant to say you can pin. I forgot to mention that because I don't usually use pins. You can pin around and just leave that opening. Sorry, y'all, it's my first panel.
Yeah, me too.
We're not pros at this. Next year, we'll have this down.
I'm actually over here pressing because it's easier to cut out your fabric accurately if you press it first. I'm sorry, did you have a question, Brent?
I was going to say, by the way, since I was impolite and started this panel later, feel free to go till 15 after.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Sewing is really easy. If you know anybody that gives lessons, I would try to teach it online. I mean, it's really fun and you can make so much stuff. It's hard, but it's not hard at the same time. It took me, I started out hand sewing actually. I was terrified to use the sewing machine. And then I got one for Christmas and I'm like, oh dear God, I actually have one now. I probably use it. And I just kind of dove in, figured out how my machine works, figured out stitching. Kaminoko taught me a lot too. I've had family members teach me, and it's just, I feel like I learned so much. So I advise anybody to teach them, yes.
I am the actual sewing nerd who actually took classes. So I took sewing classes in college, and actually I was afraid to use the sewing machine until I had to learn how to do it in a class. There are a lot of great free tutorials on basics on YouTube if you're willing to take the time to do searching. And if you have any questions, you can always reach out to us on Discord. You know our handle. So.
Yes. I actually just learned from other people. I didn't take any classes or anything. And I worked at a fabric store, and I always get tips from people. I actually learned how to quilt while I was there. And a lot of my learning how to quilt was like YouTube tutorials and Pinterest and things like that. So
I learned a lot of the quote-unquote proper ways to do things. And I've learned a lot from EJ because she's just so creative. She's like, why don't you just do this? It's easier. I'm like, oh, wow.
You can turn the camera. I was going to, if anybody has any cosplay questions, I can tell you. I make a lot of cosplays to find fabric for them. I don't always go to a fabric store. I go to thrift shops, and I use bed sheets. I actually have a... Let me get up for a second. I don't know if our camera, can we turn the camera?
Carefully.
Carefully.
I don't want to break my phone.
Corner, it's a little messy.
I think it's this one. If I can get this knob to loosen.
Or I can try to take this off the dress for
Let
maybe.
me see.
Y'all see, I made this from a bed sheet.
Can you see the ruffled skirt?
And it's reversible. I actually used regular fabric. Oh, I didn't attach it, but it has a double layer. This was regular fabric, but the top part, this was a bed sheet. So, I like Lolita stuff, so I like making jumper skirts and stuff. So the top part was just a dress, like a simple bodice pattern from a dress pattern. And this bottom part, I just made a circle skirt and just attached it. Yumi King, I'll type her name in the YouTube chat. She has a bunch of YouTube tutorials. I learned a lot from her. She has easy ways to make circle skirts and things of that nature. Okay. Whew. Okay. Also, I advise anybody who starts sewing to have a sewing journal. This one's mine. I put anything I do for a project in here. Notes, like my machine settings. I used to have issues with my tension, so it would either be too tight or too loose. I found the perfect setting on my machine to make ruffles. And it just helps me with, because I make cosplays for people. I may use certain techniques. I'll just have to go back for reference. I can just flip through here and look for it. That's just another little thing. Okay, let me go back to stitches.
What color bias tape do you want? Ask.
Black.
You have.
I don't have black. That's navy.
Oh. Well, I'd have to go upstairs to get some. We'll do that later.
Or you can mix. But yeah, don't pepper that. It's fine.
It takes a little while to make bias tapes.
Actually, if we have time, I can show y'all some simple sewing things with scraps, maybe, if we have time. Over the corners. And I totally pinned this upside down. Oh, boyfriend just texted me. I was like, who is this? Okay. Okay, so I shifted. I have to move my fabric back over because it was sliding. Yeah, it slides. Okay. 1 second. Okay. There. And Kami Noku likes to run her machine needle over pins.
Yes.
I am not a big fan of that because I've broken several needles that way, but I have done it before.
You're supposed to replace your needle after every project anyway, so I really don't care if I break a needle unless it's like a really specialized needle that's expensive. In which case I'll be more about taking out pins, but that's actually the way I was taught to do it, oddly enough.
Okay, so if you have if you have a machine like Kami Noko's, you're just going to make sure your needle is down in the fabric before you position it. Actually, mine does it automatically, but just make sure your needle's down before you reposition or move any fabric. So I stitched all the exits, all around all the edges, and I put these 2 pins here to denote this is my opening. So we're going to clip the corners. Oh, where's my baby scissors? Oh, they're upstairs somewhere. Never mind. I have these cute little micro tip scissors I like to use for cutting corners. So this is just like simple pillow making. You're going to clip your corners. So you see this little triangle part? You're just going to go right across and just snip it on all the corners. Like so. And oops, and I got a little close to the stitching on there. And you also need, you can use a chopstick or a skewer.
I usually use a safety pin.
Or a safety pin to get the corners out. And I made my hole a little small, and I have fat fingers.
Oh, sorry.
So
I was thinking about something else. My bad.
I'm gonna go get a chopstick. Sorry.
I like to use safety pins for threading elastic.
Oh, yeah. No, threading elastic, safety pin, definitely.
Very cheap thing that most people have in their houses.
Maybe can't see us.
Oh, you can't see us?
Can you see us now?
You might need to log out and back in. It looks like it's still recording.
Yeah,
Brent, can you see us?
I can see you.
Okay. Okay, so while she's doing that, I went ahead and cut out the MeBG mask. Now, this fit me perfectly, but I have a small head, and this is your standard
when
mask.
I'm on the side. Oh, my chair. I got you. I'm coming.
Oh, okay. That might be my fault. Let me turn the
turn
camera
the
a little
camera. I
bit.
forgot. Can you see
Yeah.
me? Okay.
That
Sorry.
might be better.
So, like I said, my fingers are too fat. I made this opening a little small. So, you're just going to flip it inside out. Fight it a little bit. Give it a little shake. And this is kind of basically what you have so far. And you can, oh yes, I forgot to mention, you will need an iron and an iron to press out your fabric and your seams to keep it straight. You can also pre-wash your cotton because cotton likes to shrink. You should know that's like if you have this cute shirt and you're like, oh, it's super cute and it fits you great. And then you wash it and it doesn't fit you because it shrunk. Similar concept. I don't know if I explained that very well. So I'm just taking the chopstick end, not the pointy side, just the flat side, and just poking out my corners here. Now this opening, we're just going to tuck in the edges and fold it. And we're going to press, I'm going to have Kami Noko press this for me. We're just going to press it flat.
All right.
And then we'll put in the pleats and we're done.
Do you want to show them this while I do that?
Okay. I don't think I made this one.
Oh, that is the filter piece.
So that sounds complicated.
Okay, just it's fine.
I'm going to let you explain this one.
That's fine. You can put that piece aside.
She gave me something complicated. Okay.
Okay, what EJ is holding right
the
now
cutting.
in her
I was
hand.
just cutting the
Can
corners.
you just show it to them, please?
Hold on, I had a question.
Okay, fine. Do your question.
Oh, I was just cutting.
Sorry about that.
For Becca, I was just cutting the triangles on the corners. I think I have a scrap piece. I'm a professional. No, this is terrible.
What are you looking for?
A scrap piece.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just use this as a demo. Okay, so I basically took the corners. You can see the triangle. This is the corner, and I just clipped straight across for all four corners of the mat, and then I flipped it inside out. Okay, so we're just pressing everything flat right now.
Yep.
That's good. It doesn't have to be perfect, but
All right.
you're a
Do you want me to press the pleats in?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so
Okay.
Can you demo?
Okay, so
So
if you guys can see, I have the piece here. So, wait, which way did you do this?
yes, you hit the pleats in after the sewing, and then we're going around all of the edges to reinforce the pleats.
EJ,
Hmm?
I think this needed to go here. It's okay.
I was thinking it was around the ear. Oh.
It's gonna be too big.
Well, we can make the pleats bigger.
What?
Make the pleats bigger.
That's not gonna fix the problem.
No, it's not. Oh,
So
I forgot.
one of the fun things about
Oh,
sewing, one of the fun things about sewing or not so fun things about sewing is when you mess it up and you have to rip it out. So EJ's gonna rip this
I'm
out.
not ripping anything out. I'm just.
No? Okay, then we're gonna move on to another.
But
design.
anyways, I forgot these elastic pieces need to be shorter. That was my bad. So you probably want to cut them down to half this size, and then you just basically put the pleats in. For this, I would do probably about 4. You just the pleat is you're just basically making a little fold. And then you just basically, once it's folded, pin them down, and you're just stitching across the top. You'll do it twice, and then you'll stitch around the whole entirety around all the edges, and it'll close up at a 1/4 inch, and it'll close up that bottom opening piece. And that's pretty much how you would finish that. Sorry.
It happens.
We're all learning today. Okay, that's embarrassing.
You just forgot you were gonna sew them the other way.
Yes.
It happens. So this is the Mimi G pattern, which I actually cut out a larger one. I think I started to mention that before. So she has a front piece, which is a little longer right here, and then a lining piece, which is shorter, which you can go online and also watch her tutorial too, but just so you can see the difference.
And hers
Of
looks
length.
more like a motorcycle mask.
Yeah, it's like this.
Yeah.
And I added a filter pocket.
I'm answering questions.
Thank you.
I will be on question duty. Okay, ask away.
Can you read the question?
Yes, Becca asks, when you're making pleats in a skirt, is it the same that you add the pleats last? Well, I'm going to say no. I actually made a pleated skirt for a friend of mine, and I pleated it first because I was encasing the top of the pleats inside a waistband. So I made the pleats, and then I folded. I used the here we go, bias tape. This bias tape will represent the waistband. I basically sandwiched the pleats inside the middle of the waistband, close the top, and then just stitch them in. Okay, if that helps.
So let me just show you with filter pockets. So if you're looking at this one, the filter pocket is in the top of the mask for this style.
Oh, they said come closer. We were like a mile away. Oh my God.
Come closer to the
Come
camera.
closer. All right, we coming. Uh-oh.
I don't know if we can. I can try to move the camera forward a little bit.
Let me move it.
I don't really have a way to zoom, unfortunately. I'm afraid it's gonna fall. Okay. I don't know if that's any better. Can you see EJ better?
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So here's where I added the filter. This one, instead of the filter going in from the top, it goes in the side. So you can actually slide it in either side, which is a little more complicated to sew together. So, how much time do we have left?
That's almost 3.
Okay, so we have like 15 minutes?
18 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. I might be able to sew this together and show you how in that amount of time. We'll see.
Yes. Kaminoko likes to be complicated with her sewing most of the time. I'm all for simple. That's just me.
I just want to make sure that what I'm sending people is something that they're going to be able to use. This mask was really, really comfortable. Like, this is the only one of these 3 that I felt like I could wear all day. So.
I'm being cut out this.
So you're going to take your 2 pieces, and I'm going to do the same for all 3 of these. And you're going to put your right sides together. So your ugly sides basically are facing out. And then you're going to sew this just a really, really narrow little stitch.
Oh.
So, actually, let me see if I can show you this. I have to take my machine slightly apart. No, I need a screwdriver. Oh well. So there, on your machine, you'll have
I have
what's
one.
called a presser foot. Do you have a spare presser?
I have a perfect, and I have. Are
Do
we
you have a
gonna?
plain one? I need to
You
show
said
them.
Oh, I can just take it off mine. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, yours is easier.
I'm
to
taking
take off.
Bert's foot off, and she just has snap on. This is the presser foot.
So
You have to
just
zoom
to
in.
show you, I have to bring it up here so you can see. So this presser foot, when you have the fabric underneath, if I'm doing like I think I'm doing a 1/4 inch. So a 1/4 inch is actually going to line up the fabric edge, and she has a really nice guide right here. If you can see that, where it's like where the clear part stops. So right again, but if you don't have that, it's just going to be lined up inside the window that's right here that your needle can go through. Yeah. Let me know if that makes sense. Nobody said anything? Is that good?
No, she said she's
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
All right.
Put Bert's foot back on now.
So I'm going to see how fast I can
This is
sew
like-
these. Yeah. Do some fancy free.
All right, Flo. Let me move this out of the way.
This is actually 1/8 inch.
About 8? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
I told you wrong. Sorry. You want it to be lined up on the outside edge of the 1/4 inch. I think you said that.
I did
earlier.
say that. That's my guide for everything when I sew.
This is
Although-
me trying to make things complicated.
Although I will say, don't sew everything at a quick. That's mainly for quilting. I was using it for cosplays for years, and I was wrong. You actually want to use 5/8 or 1/2 inch if you're sewing apparel and garment.
Just follow the instructions.
yeah.
And they'll tell you what your
It'll
seam
tell
allowance
you.
is.
I don't have a to show y'all.
Does everybody know what seam allowance means?
But she's pretty cool at Thrift Awesome Machine. I actually got her at a thrift store. $25. I do a lot of thrifting. Thrift stores are great. Oh, okay. So Seam Allowance, let's go back before we go off topic because we get sidetracked.
So we want to know what
Yes,
seam allowance.
yes. Go ahead, Desiree.
So seam allowance, it's how much space you're allowing for between the edge of the fabric and the where your line of stitching is going to be. Here, let me show you. So, if you look here, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, but my thread is right here, but my edge of my fabric is right here. And the map, if you measure from here to here, it's a 1/4 inch. So that's a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Oh, and with this type of mask, you have to clip corners too, right?
I only had to do a little bit. It wasn't too bad, actually. What I did was I stitched the edges down. If you can show them this. Do you see the seams I used?
Lord, gotta get up. I'm like, I'm planted in this chair. On this side.
Watch out for the cables.
Yes, it's like.
We live in an old house. The wiring is a little jury-rigged.
Oh, am I too close? Can y'all see? Oh, this is cute. Y'all can see
Super comfy.
this iron is hot. Okay.
All right. So I forgot to mention before, I'm doing something slightly different with the filter pocket because you want all of your fabric edges. You don't want any of them to be loose because they could fray, and then the mask could wear out faster. Because they're gonna have to wash it in like hot water and autoclave it like every time they use it. So
It's gonna get shrunk.
yeah.
Oh, this is how the elastic was supposed to be.
So
I believe. Oh no, yours is different. Let me shut up.
yeah, that one is a little different. But
But
it's,
no,
it's similar though.
You did.
The
I
elastic
meant,
goes across the
I
top
meant
and
to
across
put it
the
across
bottom.
the top, not the sides. So that
So-
was my bad.
I'm gonna do actually a French seam on the filter pocket. So because there's the pocket's gonna be open and things are gonna come in and out of it, so that could make the seam fray. So that's actually what I did with that one over there. So we're gonna do wrong sides together, ugly sides inside, pretty sides outside.
Anybody have any more cosplay questions?
And we'll stitch
I'm
it super,
sorry.
super tiny, and then we're gonna flip it out and press it.
Okay. Sorry, I was going back to
No, fine.
my love of thrift stores. Sadly, right now they're all closed, and I'm kind of bummed out. I like to
It's
get
so sad.
a bunch of cosplay things or items to use for cosplay at thrift stores. Like shoes. Shoes are great. You can paint them. You can accessorize. I'll find some to show y'all. Wait for a sec. And we are back. I'm gonna go get something.
So while she is doing that, and I'm trying to sew and do two things at once, I don't know if you guys know much about the history of cosplay. The very first. Okay, actually, let me ask this question. Here's a trivia question for you. What was the first recorded incidence of cosplay? Not using that term, but where someone dressed up as a character that they were a fan of. Just tell me the year.
Found them.
Any guesses?
What?
I gave him a trivia question on cosplay history.
Oh, what was the question?
What year was the first recorded instance of someone cosplaying?
I think I remember that.
Any guesses? Okay, Emma, You're a little earlier.
Really?
Yeah, earlier.
I don't remember this. So these lovely things, these were not like this when I got them. I'll bring a close up. These I got from the thrift store.
She did an amazing job.
They're for a Glaceon cosplay that I.
Actually, I need to use the iron, so.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I lost a stone. I have to put it back on. I have big feet, so it's hard for me to find shoes. But sometimes I luck out and I find some cute ones at, thrift stores that I can use for cosplay. So these are some ugly white pumps. I just put some insoles in the bottom. And I got glitter glue and this pretty blue metallic paint.
It's amazing.
And I just painted them. And I added these little sticky rhinestones on the bottom. So this would be good for Elsa, Ice Queen, Snow Queen, Glaceon, anything.
I was there when she bought this, so I remember how ugly it was.
Yeah, she's with me a lot when I buy a lot of things.
I was skeptical, to be honest, that she could make them look good, but she made them look amazing. Like, they don't even look like the same shoes. That's the thing. EJ really has a great... See, I keep calling you that. I forget to call you Lady Ryu. But she has a great eye for, like... She can find something random in the grocery store or in Walmart and be like, this will work for this. And I was like, really? I never would have thought of that.
Actually, I shop at Walmart a lot. This little vest came from Walmart. All I did was put a little heart patch and some black safety pins on it. Because I felt like being punkish. And this was an iron-on patch. I gotta re-iron it, but yeah. you can create stuff from anywhere. Whew.
So my needle just decided to unthread itself. Sometimes that happens.
Customizing shoes isn't too hard. I would advise don't use spray paint. I bought these pair of like $5 Fugs, the fake Uggs, from Five Below, and I was using them for an Amethyst cosplay, and it was hard for me to find white boots like that without spending an arm and a leg. So I'm like, oh, I'll just paint them. And my ex, was like, oh, white. Don't. They were so stiff. I couldn't even get. And then when I was walking, they were crunchy and like concrete. It was just bad. So I would suggest use multi-purpose acrylic paint for the suede type or the fake suede type shoes. I think they have some kind of suede dye. It can be kind of pricey. You can get it on Amazon. You can just dye your shoes. I love dyeing stuff. Like Rick Dymore is amazing. I've dyed like Converse sneakers and you can just dye everything. Anything. The sealant, you can. I usually don't. It depends. I do have waterproof. They sell it at shoe stores in Walmart. It's like waterproofing. It's like a spray, and you just spray it. It makes your stuff like water repellent. Or you can use Scotchgard. They sell it at Joann's, and I think at Home Depot or there's like a hardware store, and you just spray it, and the water just repels off. That would work. Yes. So. Yeah, so you can just there is a cosplay channel somewhere. The first cosplay.
What kind of cosplay channel?
The first for the skirt, Becca. Hold on. Yeah. Probably. Or Amazon. Amazon has about 98% of everything.
Can you hand me the seam ripper?
This is true.
Is that your new one?
Yep.
It looks super fancy. Oh yeah, seam rippers. I forgot. Y'all need to get a seam ripper. I have like 4 or 5 of them. They will save your life.
Yeah, I started sewing this at the wrong size, and I need to
I should show them my little caddy.
stitch the seam open so the threads that are in the wrong place, they'll keep that from happening. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well.
Your question earlier. What year was the answer to the trivia question?
Oh, it was 1908.
Oh, wow.
And Mr. and Mrs. William Fell, a Cincinnati, Ohio couple, attended a masquerade ball in costumes depicting Mr. Skygak and Miss Pickles, who are Martians from a newspaper comic that first ran in the Chicago Daybook.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, all right, sewing stuff. I have this lovely little tote I got whenever it's at Joann's. I got it on clearance. I love this damn thing. It holds all of my thread, as y'all can probably see. It holds my crochet hooks. It holds random bits of bias tape, miscellaneous plushy pieces I forgot about. AC Moore card. Yeah, this is just random stuff. I need to probably clean this out. I also keep my needles for my machine together, and I have a small screwdriver. I have two of them, but this one I only need one. Because periodically I unscrew all the screws, and I clean all the dust bunnies out. She'll start to cough, and my poor girl, she's worried about her. Just make sure we clean her out. I also have a baby seam ripper in here too, and I also have the other seam ripper is probably on the other side. I love this thing. If you find it, it holds glue sticks. I kind of just hold every little thing. You'll need like tape measure, elastic apparently, and here's one of my seam rippers. It's lovely.
We both have several.
I will sit on the couch and rip out seam time. Things go right.
Yeah, and if you like sew half a garment and then realize it's wrong.
Yeah, it's better to find out.
Not saying that's ever happened to either of us.
It has. It has.
You might want to just like put Netflix on or something.
Yes,
and you just may not want to do subtitle anime because.
Yeah. I have many. I think I have post-traumatic stress from ripping out seams for certain cosplays I have made and realize I stitched the wrong way or. Yes, hide sewing stuff from children.
Oh yes, or pets.
Yeah, anything that likes to shoot.
Yeah, random things that might be sharp, dangerous out of.
Yes, remember always if people want to say, "Can I borrow scissors?" Give them your paper cutting scissors, not your fabric scissors.
Yes, that's important. So what I'm doing now, guys, is let me come up there and show you. How much time we have left? Like 5 minutes?
No, it's 3:15. Can we have?
Oh,
5
it's
more
time.
minutes?
I don't know what your schedule is, Brent. I don't want to hold you up.
Go ahead and finish up.
Okay, so let me just show you. So if you look on the right side of the mask, this is the front of the mask. And I don't know if you can see this thread here. I'm stitching down the seam, the seam allowance. If you look on the inside, you can see it. I stitched it down just so it will lay flat. And this will just make it fit a little bit better on your face so you don't have like this thing sticking out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can clip the corners.
Yeah. Well, this is cut really short, so you don't have to really clip it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can just press it flat.
If you had done like a 1/2-inch seam allowance, you might want to trim it down. But we're just doing the narrow one, so save a step.
Kaminika has beautiful stitching. She takes her time. Me, I kind of take my time, but I'm like, I'm done. So
My stitching's not always beautiful.
if you ever
I
have
try though.
if you ever have quilted before, let me tell you, you just go. You don't even backstitch. Like, I wish I had time to show y'all.
If you guys are interested in making masks for a charity, there are several different organizations doing it. But would definitely encourage you to Google it, see what you can find, and check out makemass2020.org. So,
thank you.
so they Make Mass just asks that you make at least a set of 10 masks, so that they can batch them together and just minimize shipping costs, sort of thing. Any other questions?
Any more questions? You guys have been awesome.
Yeah, thanks for hanging with us on a Sunday afternoon. I know that's usually when cons are dead. I guess it's nice that nobody has to drive home, right?
Yeah, post-con depression. Y'all, friend, at time you know, guys are friend.
Yeah, I'm always on the Discord.
I just downloaded Discord and I think I'm hooked. So y'all just send me a message.
Yeah, message me anytime if you have any questions.
Any questions, anything.
About
I like to
sewing
help.
or anything else.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. That was really informative.
Well, I'm glad it was at least a little helpful.
Definitely. Cool. See y'all. Take care.
See you.
Bye,
Bye.
guys.
All right. Let me switch this back over. Whoops. Nope. No. There we are. That took a second. That was not nearly as smooth as I hoped it would be. The transition over there. But that was a great panel. Very helpful, very informative. My oven's ready for the closing ceremonies. So I can switch a few things around here. Been thinking about how to do do this live auction. You may have noticed the table has filled behind me. And we're going to see how this goes. See if it works at all. But yeah, that was a really good panel. Thank you both for that panel. And again, apologies for pushing you off and delaying you. Something I always hate, but appreciate your flexibility there. So yeah, we're going to do an auction benefiting the WHO COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. So basically, the way this works, these donations will support the WHO's work to track and understand the spread of the virus, to ensure patients get the care they need and frontline workers get essential supplies, information, and to accelerate efforts to develop vaccines, tests, and treatments. So it is a general purpose fund to help the WHO to treat and deal with this pandemic as much as possible. So the way we're going to do this, and I'm certainly open to suggestions, I'll hold up one of the things I'm auctioning off, and I'll describe it to everyone, and then in the chat, I'm going to type the name of the item, start bids, and then I'll time like 30 seconds, and you guys will have 30 seconds to bid in the chat room, and then after 30 seconds, I will post in the chat room, item stop bids, and whatever is the highest number I see in terms of bids there, of everything in there, that's the person who it will go to. And I will do a, and the way that'll work is I'll ask you to PayPal me that amount. I will pay for shipping. So shipping will not be included in any of your bids. I will just pay for shipping straight up. So all of your auction amount will then go towards the WHO COVID-19 response fund. And so you just have to PayPal me, DM me on the Discord, and PayPal me the amount for all of your bids, and give me your mailing address if I don't have it already, and I will mail it out that way. So that is the idea, and the reason I want to do it all in the chat room is that if I try to time it based on my voice, there'll be a delay, and who knows, there'll be bids coming in and so forth. So if it's entirely based on the chat, that should be timed relatively reasonably. Got a bunch of stuff back here. I've tried to divide it up into reasonable kind of lots. Make sure you're good enough up to date. And I think that should work. Oh, that's a good idea, Johnny. before I do that, I will do a preview and I will walk through all the stuff in the auction, and then we will do the live bids for each item. That's a great idea. Good point. This will be here in the YouTube chat. Good question, Emma. I will do all of the bids in the YouTube chat, just for speed and simplicity. Because I don't want to bounce back and forth between here and the Discord and all that kind of stuff. Unless you guys want to do like a thing where, so what we could do instead is I could walk through all of these, and then there'll just be a channel on the Discord where folks can just bid over the next, 45 minutes. And then I'll just look and see whatever is the highest bid for those items. That's an option as well. And then you can bid whenever you want, and you can do it that way. That's an option as well. So it doesn't have to be a live bid, but it's timed to whatever time limit we have here. I hadn't thought of that. Totally open to various options. Yeah, kind of like a silent auction. Although, obviously, everyone can see all the bids. But we could do that. Yeah, that could be more confusing, certainly. Okay. Yeah, easy to get lost and all. Okay, so let's not do that this time. So I will walk through all the items, show them all to you. And then once we're done with that, I will take each item up here. We'll auction them off one by one in 30-second increments. That makes sense. So, we'll start with a few manga lots. So, I've got over here a lot of various manga. Not expecting a huge amount for this, I will be honest. See if we can get that right side up, mostly. There we go. So we got Fruits Basket, Dorothy, The Drifting Classroom, a horror manga, Dragon Ball Volume 7, Creature Girls Volume 1, which is ecchi, very ecchi, Code Geass Volume 1, Kingyo Yu's Books Volume 2, which is about a manga library, and Butterfly. There's sort of a miscellaneous manga collection to fill out your collection. Over here I have a variety of things, including some Western manga, or Ameri manga and such things like that. So we've got Hollow Fields, which is a cute girl in a magical academy where everyone's gonna get killed. Clean Freak fully. Oh, these are gonna be like upside down or right side up, depending on Okay, so Clean Freak, about a guy who is Clean Freak. Dark Angel, Kia Asamiya. Goku Midnight Eye, Volume 1, classic seinen manga. Living Po, which is, I believe, a manhwa. Or no, it says manga. No, it's manga. Baku, which I just really like the art style of. And then finally, Volume 1 of Bakuman, the manga about making manga. So there's an option. Alright. Starting easy there. Also, we have the first 9 volumes of Bleach. Oops. What happened there? There we are. That just annoyed me. Gotta fix that. The first 9 volumes of Bleach, aka the good parts, so people tell me. So if you're looking for that, that is manga, and you can take care of that. Now we move into some of the more interesting territory. So I have 2 volumes of Yen Plus, a American translated manga magazine. 1 volume from November 2008 and 1 from February 2009. So 10-year-old volumes of manga. Very hard to find. Very rare, as far as I understand. We've got Pig Bride, Sarasa, One Fine Day, Night School, Jack Frost, all in sort of classic manga format. Nice wide array of manga to check out if you're interested in that kind of stuff. So again, 2 volumes there. That's definitely Jack Frost. So that'll be 1 lot as well. Yep, good time on Bleach. Yeah, totally. And over here, I have the May 2015 issue of Moe, which is a Japanese magazine. I actually don't know much about it. It is not the Moe you might think. It is this. I'm honestly not sure what it is. When I was in Japan, I must have picked this up. Although no, it's 2015, so it must have been more recent than that. It's a Japanese magazine. So if you're interested in something kind of unusual, oddball, some stuff for the Beauty and the Beast movie. Just a really interesting Japanese artifact. That's really cool. So there is Moe. Obviously stuff aimed for younger kids. I'm also auctioning off The Art of Porco Rosso, hardbound, like new condition, and that is just what you'd expect. All sorts of artwork, sketches, and so forth for Porco Rosso. Beautiful watercolors by Hayao Miyazaki, and it also includes the original manga he drew, which is kind of the inspiration for Porco Rosso. Kind of get the story together for him. So you get that. That's another lot. Also, letting go of the Patlabor movie archives. So these came with the Blu-ray box set of Patlabor, and this includes both a very, very in-depth art book explanation of this, all in English. So basically like an art book for the movie and everything you want to know about the movie, fully translated. Kind of hard to see, I know. Interviews, the whole 9 yards, plus Moro Oshii's entire storyboards for the entire movie. So if you're curious how movies come together, you can get every panel of the storyboard for Patlabor the Movie 1 and Patlabor the Movie 2. All of them, all in one lot. Moving back to the magazine side, I'm not sure if I want to divide this up. Maybe I will. So what I have here is, whoops. I had an art book that got slipped in there. Anime Insider, an English anime magazine from, as you can see, 2000. This is from 2005. It's about 15 years old. Akira illustration there. So what was the state of anime fandom back in the mid-2000s? You get a good idea of that in here. Full color, lots of really neat illustrations in there, I must say, and a lot of ideas on things going on. A bit of manga as well. We did this weird thing where they would put manga like in this weird like long format. I don't know why. So you have that in there, and I think one of these contains an article by me. Because I remember submitting an article about anime cell collecting to one of these, and so one of these may have that thing. I don't know. Anime Insider Naruto, the biggest anime of 2005. Duel Masters, etc. Ooh, nice Animerica with Some Days Dreamers on it. Lovely anime series there. And so you'll get all the things you would expect from something like this. And I think I'm just gonna let go the entire lot. So I have Anime Insider. Let's see here. April, May 2004 through, it looks like, this is fall 2001. And so it looks like 2001 through 2005, various issues there. In America, we've got, interview with Yoshihashi Abe. Cool. This is December 2003. This one also has an interview with Yoshihashi Abe. That's interesting. In America, 2001. And let's see what else we have here. Not seeing an obvious. Oh, They covered the date with a sticker. Volume 8, 12, it does not say. Volume 8. Just see if we can find it inside the thing. We might be able to guess just from the 2001. Okay. So, early 2000s on both of these. I will not... that's a good question on starting bid. I'm not sure. I'll also throw in... Is that issue 1? An issue of El Hazard. The manga. Back when they were selling these as issues. That's right, they thought this would work. They would just sell manga just like you'd have comics over here in America. So this is like a 13-page issue of El Hazard. With in the back, advertisement for Evangelion, El Hazard, and Gundam Wing manga. Right? So get all that stuff in that lot. Then over here, we have some of the more interesting items, the more oddball items. So if you're looking for something that's maybe you can get a little cheaper, I have an Aniplex card for Durarara, sort of a postcard there of the various characters. Something you may not have to throw a huge amount onto. There's the back of the Durarara card. I also have several postcards for Sound of the Sky, Sora Nawoto. Lovely illustrations. Not sure if I want to give that away. I will. Nice stuff, nice stuff. Easy to ship. I also have a Baka and Test really illustration card. So, not really a postcard, but just sort of an advertisement. F is for victory. Here's a pretty rare one. I don't know where you'd find this these days. This is an advertisement insert card for Last Exile. Range Murata illustration there of the main girl, Elsie maybe, and then on the back some just nicely laid out material for Last Exile, and this you can almost just frame that and put it on your wall. Yeah, I'll probably do some starting donation. So so maybe what I'll do is for the things that need like significant shipping, I'll do a starting bid of like 10, and then for like the postcard stuff it'll be like $1 starting bid. Then here's some interesting things. Again, fairly hard to find these days. This is a Shitajiki for Haibane Renmei. So plastic card with original Yoshitoshi Abe illustrations. Not necessarily original for this, but actual Abe illustrations for this. That's there. And then, same kind of thing for Technolize, and these are lenticular. So I'll see if we can show you the effect here as you move that around. Cool, like 3D effect there on the Technolize. Very effective for what Technolize is. Like very good colors and all that for Technolize. So those will go together, Technolize there. Then we've got, speaking of such things, the Serial Experiments Lane DVD box bootleg. That's right, this is not an official Lane release. It's a chipboard release, released by FX Anime, totally legitimate anime company. Although I gotta admit they did a really good job with this packaging. So you have, yes, and that is like they actually mirror it on the other side, which is kind of cool. And then you have the various discs. So even though this is bootleg, like it's pretty good. Oh, I'll have to find the other disc. No, it's there. It's just cool. So that is the Lane bootleg box set. Found this at a used bookstore and was like, I gotta have that. This is the perfect kind of a giveaway or kind of item. So that is an option. And this does have both the Japanese and English dub on it. Speaking of, I also have the Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Destiny bootleg box set that we will be auctioning off here. And I know it's bootleg, so this might give you an idea that this is a bootleg. All this stuff on here. MPEG 2, and the Chinese and English subtitles on that, right? So I don't think this is legit. But you do get the entire series all on there. Obviously, I'm not recommending that you buy this as your copy. This is purely for entertainment purposes only. Go out and buy the legitimate release. But this is a fun thing. These are the only 2 bootleg anime I own. I actually have other bootlegs, but that was from back when that was the only way you could get anime. So I have not tried the subtitles on either of these. I suspect the subtitles on Gundam Seed Destiny are going to be amusing. So that's another reason for the bootlegs. Like this is not going to be a fun experience, especially for all 50 episodes. But it'll be fun. It'll be a fun experience, but it won't be particularly informative. You're not going to follow the story on that. And then finally, I have this. Which contains a full set of cards for whatever this game is. A friend of mine found this in his attic. Basically, like a neighborhood friend had this and left it and didn't want it anymore. Gave it to him. And so this is some card game. I believe it's originally Chinese. Could be South Korean. Could be South Korean. I'm not sure. If you look up Yoka Games, you might find out. But this is some kind of collectible card. Whoops. Oh, they're not. Okay. Yeah, they're not translated, but it looks pretty darn cool. So if you want something unique, perhaps some artistic inspiration, that's what you'll get there. This is actually a deck of cards. Like, there's a Jack of Diamonds. Interesting. It is not Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not Magic. It is its own thing. And it does include some foils. That looks really nice on camera. Dang. You get some foil cards in there. We did look it up, and the company does exist. They do make this card game. We could not figure out. I mean, as I recall, the website was all in. It was not in English, so it was just like, oh yeah, that looks like the illustration. That looks like the art style, but we couldn't tell the name. So yeah, that is a thing. A couple more things over here. We'll start over here. This is a 3D printed model of the girl from Ni no Kuni 2. And I will, it needs a little bit more sanding of some of these rough edges. I will do that before I send it out. So Studio Ghibli-esque character. As far as I know, this does not exist as a model. There's just a 3D printed model of her. So if you want a physical copy, this is how to get her. Sanguo Sha, sounds like. So that is one thing. I also have, similarly, a 3D printed Holo, or Horo, from Spice and Wolf. So if you're interested in that. Complete with tail, the hair, the traveling skirt. So there's a little Holo. Needs a little more cleanup, like I said, but that is an option. As a lot, I will be auctioning off 2B from Nier Automata. Again, a resin print of 2B with the floating skirt, the arms, legs. That is definitely 2B. And along with 2B, you will get a Chibi 9S. Sort of a Nendoroid 9S. Again, as far as I can tell, these are original 3D models. So this is not a physical model that's been scanned in. Somebody modeled this for themselves in 3D. And so unless you have access to a 3D printer, this is the only way of getting these particular poses and versions of these characters. So that is an option, and just as a comparison there of the two characters. So that is there. Also going to be auctioning off, not in the best of shape, I will fully admit, but an interesting artifact nonetheless, a fully 3D printed RX-78-2 Gundam, based on a model I found online. And this is more of an experiment in 3D printing, something to show off to your friends what can or can't be done. Obviously, some of the quality needs a little bit of work. You could use some sanding and such. In the back, definitely needs a little work, as you can see there. But I thought somebody might find this just of interest to show off to their friends of what a 3D printed model kit might look like with a quick throwaway, or with a quick print, rather. And it's all there. It all holds together. I will also be auctioning off, last few things, this Strike Gundam from Gundam Seed. Very nice model kit. On Master Grade, I do believe, comes with Beam Saber, all of the various pieces on there. Obviously, everything moves as you'd expect. This is a particularly happy assembly. Like nothing really falls off on this guy. He's pretty solid. You don't have those loose joint problems you have a lot of other some other Gundam model kits. So a lot of posability. You do have the movable joints here for the hands, which I can't do right now. Oh, I apologize. This is a different grade. But yes, you can. You have your hands. You have all your typical posability of a Gundam model kit. And so that is going in a box and going out to somebody there. This is a model kit, fully assembled. So all this can be popped off and redone and so forth. So if you're looking for a fully assembled model kit, get an idea of it, there we go. And then, this will definitely have a minimum. This is an anime cell from Cardcaptor Sakura. This is an actual piece of the production of Cardcaptor Sakura. That is Sakura herself in there. It is sandwiched between two panes of glass, archival quality, with an archival quality mat and frame. And so that is Sakura right there. There's certainly some fading. The lines are not nearly as crisp as they were back in the day. And obviously Sakura's balls have gotten a little darker. Watch it. But that is a lovely, cute little Cardcaptor Sakura. And so I'm auctioning off that. And then finally, this is a framed cell from Porco Rosso. That is Porco, as you can see from the helmet and the scarf. Again, all archival quality. This is not an actual background from the anime, but this is a scan of one of the backgrounds from the anime. So it's not a production background. It is a reproduction of a production background, but this is the actual cell from the anime, frame A18 on that. And that is Yeah, it's fully framed, fully ready to go. Just hang it up, all ready. So, that's what's all ready on. That's all prepped for the auction. Let's see what we can get rid of here. Let's see what folks are interested in. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to auction off a completed kit for the folks who are like, who don't feel they don't have the skill to assemble a kit. They can buy it pre-assembled, get a feel for it, and then if you want to do a kit in the future, you have a decent idea. So we're starting with the Hollow Fields and Clean Freak set Bakuman Baku, which has some really weird moments in it. Some like real violence, I will admit. Forgot about that. Leaving Po, Goku Midnight Eye, and Dark Angel. That will be manga lot 1. Let me set a timer. See what we get here. Let's do a minimum of $5 on this one. Again, just because of price. Excuse me, 1 second. There we go. So I just pasted in the chat. We'll let that go for 30 seconds, see if anyone's willing to pick that up. And again, starting bid $5. Your entire bid will go towards the we'll go to the charity. And if not, they will stay in my house and they will end up going somewhere else. I'll throw them away. We'll see. I will pay for shipping, whatever it ends up being. Okay, that is it. Johnny, you get it for 14. Well done. Oops, that was manga lot number 1 end. Apologies. Just for clarity. So Johnny, go ahead and once we're done here, feel free to reach out. And I'm just going to do this. Manga number 1. And I will put that off to the side. All right. Now, moving on to the next set. This will be manga lot 2. Is 30 seconds a good amount? Do we need 60? I don't know. So this has Butterfly, Kingyo Used Books Volume 2, and it's episodic. You don't need to read Volume 1. Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, Volume 1. All in very good condition. Creature Girls, again, very ecchi. Dragon Ball Volume 1, where it all started. And so yes, you get to see Goku naked. Drifting Classroom, classic horror manga. Elementary school student classroom gets thrown into hell, basically. Dorothy, very interesting illustration style there. And then Fruits Basket Volume 4. So an extra set there. 45 seconds, fair. We will try that. All right. Opening bids at $5. Go ahead and give me a try there. We'll go for 45 seconds on this. This is manga lot 2. See if anyone's willing to throw some bucks this way. Definitely appreciate everyone's bids and options out there. Totally nice to see. Really fun. All right. So, Emma, do you mean, when you say 10x, does that mean $10? I am unclear. Okay, cool. All right. Then very good, Emma. You win that one at 10, and I will throw that off to the side. Now, move on to Bleach. I will not show you each volume of Bleach. I think you know what Bleach looks like. Volumes 1 through 9. Bleach manga lot. Start. We'll get that going there. See who's interested in owning a good chunk of Bleach. Really get into the story there, fair amount, which is quite nice. And just so you all know, after the auction, we'll go into closing ceremonies where we'll bake some cookies together. So Johnny's not going for Bleach, fair enough. Like folks said, since Bleach is coming along, we've got new Bleach coming soon. This is a good time to start in. All right, that does it. Becca, congratulations. You get Bleach. Johnny Maison, you came in just over the wire. Sorry about that. So congrats, Becca. Sorry about that. All right, what next? I think we want... Let's do Moe next. So this is the Moe magazine. There we go. Huh. Yeah, mine shows it just after. So sorry about that. This is the Moe magazine. So everyone else saw Maison coming with 12? I'll honor that. That's fine. That can happen. Oops, with 12. So, sorry about that, Becca. Better luck next time. All right, Moe. We'll start this at $1. That's fine. Just go more precise with timing. Fair enough, but we'll just keep on with this for now. All right, let's do Moe. I think from now on we'll just have to do it based on my screen. Just whatever happens to be on my screen will be the one. However however it pops out for everyone else. That's just how it pops out for everyone else. But it's just gonna have to be what I see. A couple of bids already. Yeah. I'm going to type something really weird. All right. Moe end. So, Emma, congratulations. Emma at $10. Oops. That looks like 16, so I'm going to rewrite that to 10. Make sure that's right. There we are. Okay. Let's do Yen Plus next. So 2 volumes of Yen Plus. From, oh, and this is another cool thing actually I gotta say about Yen Plus. Ooh. Yeah. So you get covers on both sides, and I actually really like this cover. That's a really cool Soul Eater. So that's neat. That's neat. Yeah, Moe the end. All right, so Yen Plus start. See what we get out of this one. Whole variety of manga here. Again, we get Sarasa, Pig Bride, One Fine Day, Maximum Ride, Night School, Jack Frost. Nabare no O, Soul Eater. Oh, some Soul Eaters. And Bamboo Blade, even. Cool. Okay. There you go, Johnny. You get it. Johnny Lancinese with $11. Yen Plus is yours. Congratulations. Goes over here. Let's move over to Porco. We'll see if whoever gets the Porco cell also gets the Porco Porco book, but it might be, might not be. So this is FYI. 208 pages of Porco Rosso goodness. And let's get that started. See who's willing to pay. I think this was, let me see if I can find a thing, $35 US when it first came out. So this will be a deal. I think whatever it sells for, $35 US. See who ends up with it. Ooh, Johnny comes in right at the end. That is going to be a Johnny Lancinese. For $14. Sorry, Maison, you came in late on my side. So there you go. All right, let's move on to In America. So again, I think this will be just one big lot. Let's start the bidding at $5 on this one. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 volumes of In America. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 volumes of Anime Insider. All right. So, American Anime Mags. Start. And Maison, I will count that $10 starting bid. Just get that started there. So yeah, Maison, your bid is good. Johnny going higher. Good idea. All right. That is what I see. Maison, you got it at 13. For a whole bunch of American anime mags and an issue of El Hazard. Pretty cool. Let's move on to the Patlabor books again. Hundreds of pages of behind-the-scenes artwork, posters, map of Tokyo as of this period, interviews and such, plus the complete storyboards for both movies. And so this will be the Patlabor lot. We'll start the bidding at 5. And here we go at 45 seconds. See if anyone's willing to throw down on this one. Ooh, Unagi Observer's interested. Went down to the wire on this one. Yep, that's a good price. It's a good price. All right, there we go. Very good, Unagi. There we go. Unagi was like the first one. Let's see here. Moving over some of the weird oddball things. Let's do some of these cards. Again, bidding will start with $1 with the cards. So we'll start with a couple of folks just walked by and looked in, and I guess they could see the all the art books and manga sitting on the table over there, and they're just like, I don't know, as they went by. It was weird. All right, so we've got... this will need to go out of the way here. We'll start with the Durarara card. And we will start that again at $1. And we're good to go. Maison, that totally counts. Your $5 counts. Cool. I think somebody wants that. Who? Exactly. You know, what is all that stuff? And why is it all sitting out on a table somewhere? See what we get here. Last few seconds of this particular one. All right. There we are. Very good. And that was 5. Cool, cool. Let's do the, oh yeah. We have the Sora no Woto, Sound of the Sky cards. Very sweet. I will we go. That's my email, and I'll give it to you all again later on. Sound of the Sky, start. Again, $1 starting bid. This will be for all four. Good clarification. This is for all four cards, all at once. Oops, I forgot to start the thing. Let me. There we go. Oh, bidding war has begun. See what happens. Oh, hey, Lord Admiral Lunabox. Ooh. All right, Johnny. Well done. At $9. All right. That goes over here. He is cleaning up. All right. Let's do the. Kind of hard to do these in bits, but we will go ahead and do it. Baka and Test. Individual card. There we go. Yes, Johnny, 9 was the highest bid before I typed in Sound of the Sky End. The other ones came in after I ended. So. If y'all would like, after one or two, we can switch over to Discord. So if you want Discord, say Discord. And we'll see how many votes we get for that. Looks like we see how this one's going to end up. All right. Well done, Emma. That's going to be Emma at 4. That's what I saw. Moving on to the last Exile card. With some lovely stuff on the back. Let's make it 6. All right, I can live with that. So we'll do that last Exile. Start. To let you know how old this is. So it looks like folks are fine with, ooh. All right, that's what I see. Maison gets it with 9. Last second. Very good. Now we'll move on to the Haibane Renmei reversible card. So again, we have Reki and Nemu on one side and Raka on the other. Yes, I remember their names. One over Discord. And let's start that. See if anyone remembers this series or anyone cares. Yeah, I'm totally up for increasing the time. We can go to a minute. If anyone's up for that. It's taking a little longer than I expected, so closing ceremony will start a little bit later. Oh. Getting close. All right, Charmy got it. Got it in the last moment with $10. Boom, boom. Oops. Should put it with a thing. And then, before we move on to some of the bigger stuff, we've got the 2 technologized lenticular cards. Very cool. And just so you know, back sides. A little faded in the sun. But you get those. This would be for both cards. Well, it is 45 seconds because that's what we agreed on. That's what was suggested, and so that's what I've been going with. If folks want a minute, we can do a minute. I'm flexible. All right, that does it. No worries, Johnny. It's all for good cause. All right. I need to take a quick break. And then we will start with the bootlegs and the card game. That'll come up next. And then we'll do the figurines and the cells. So give me one moment to just take a quick, a break. Whoops. Well, whatever. Title's not right, but whatever. Okay, sorry about that. And before I go any further, let me fix that. Is where is it actually? Huh. Can't find the normal image I put on there. The eye. Nope. Oh well, that's fine. I'll fix it later. All right. So let's do the Serial Experiments Lane bootleg. Again, slipcase, folds out. Both discs are in there. It's another indication that this did not come on 2 discs at any point. I also particularly like we apostrophe all connected. It's classy. All right. Wait until after, Emma, because we don't know who's going to how many things you'll win. Lane. Start, and I'm going to reset this to 60 seconds. Give folks a little more time to start. Lane start. See where this ends up. See who's willing to put the money down. Yep, it's DVD. See where it ends up. Close. Here we are. You got it, Johnny. Filling out that collection. Right. There. Now moving on to something a little more substantial. All 50 episodes of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed in Chinese with English subtitles. I want them to pop this in and see what it's like. We'll see. And let's go. Johnny knows what he wants. What he doesn't. Again, how are you ever gonna come across this anywhere else? Ooh, got a bit of a bump. Ambiguous cake at 15. This is exciting. See who's interested. I think we know where this is ending. Yeah, there we are. All right. Ambiguous cake, it is yours. Well done. By the way, great username. If I haven't mentioned that before. All right. Noted. Go big, go home. All right. Now, we move on to the trading card game. Again, you get the full, you get the metal tin, all the cards, and it also has these little tokens in it, circular tokens. All come straight to you. I know none of this. I'm just gonna call that trading card game, and we'll see if anyone's willing to drop some cash on it. You know, a few bucks just out of curiosity won't hurt. Ah, Maison jumping in. Very cool. Oh, some folks want this. See if we get any more bids. See what happens there. Getting close. All right. That is that. Emma at $15. Very good. I'm sure I'll show I'll show the box more. So there's the one side, and it's basically the same local games, and then the same thing on the other sides. And then the top, and the bottom just has some text. But yeah, that's all I know. I would put cookies in the tin, but they wouldn't fit, to be honest. Okie doke. And obviously, I'll put these in, wrap, bubble wrap or something in there. So starting with Ni no Kuni 2's little girl character there. Forget her name. Like I said, I'll sand down some of these bits and pieces. Ever wanted a figurine of her? That is an option. Let me just do a quick search. So I know what I'm talking about. Tani, that's her name. Tani. All right, let's do it. Tani, start. Again, as far as I know, this is an original model, original shape of the character. So you can't find this figurine anywhere else. See if anyone will drop a few bucks on a little anime figurine. Yeah. Yeah, this is a newer game. Ni no Kuni 2 is just a couple years old. Maybe like last year before, something like that. Studio Ghibli involvement. There we go. All right, Emma's got it at $9. Now, how on earth am I gonna? Okay. Okay. All right, moving on to Horo from Spice and Wolf. Again, original resin figurine. Ready for you. As soon as you're ready. Holo, start. Holo or Horo or however you want to spell it. Johnny wants it. Will anyone outbid? Raising a lot of money for charity. I am not at all complaining about this. Oh, hold on. Whoa. There's a fight. There's a fight. Somebody else wants Holo. Oh, oh, getting close, getting close. Very close. All right. Johnny, you got it at 2022. Whew. I'm a little verklempt. Dang. Wow. All right. You got it, Johnny. It's the way them cookies crumble. And let's move on to... I should also point out, I have a resin printer, so I could also make some of these for you guys if you want to buy them. That could happen as well. All right, moving on to 2B and 9S. 9s. Figurines there. Again, cycle around. Get a view of them. And yes, indeed, you can look up. You can look up. Yeah, you can look up the skirt. And she is wearing the thing. All right. I'm just gonna call this Nier. Start. Nier figurines. Johnny's definitely donated enough. Actually, barely Pantsu. That's what she's kind of known for in the games. Ooh. Oh, dang it. This is gonna be a slightly longer one. I've got to start the timer, so I have a little bit longer than normal. We're already pretty behind, so I don't think we'll bid on any more prints just for today. But I'll post in the Discord or something, and we'll see what we can do. So we've got to start. Starting place. You actually get a trophy for looking up 2B's skirt multiple times. Oh! Okay, we have a winner. Long-time lurker, first-time caller. You got it at 26. Dang. Alrighty. Those will go over here. Moving on to the Gundam. Oops. It's a little loose on the shield. Again, 3D printed Gundam, if anyone's interested. Interesting little conversational piece. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, exactly, long time worker. Gundam 3D print. Start. See if anyone will throw a little money that way. Exactly. Ooh. Got some jumps in bids here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll see if I can't do like an Uncon t-shirt design or something. That'll be fun. This all came together a little faster than I expected this time. Not that I'm complaining. See what we get. All right, that does it definitely. Unagi Observer. $15. Yeah, you'll definitely get badges, digital badges you can print out. All right. And then the big one. Strike! Fully posable, as is typical for such things. Ready to go. Complete with the backpack, which of course pops off. And if I do it now, I'm gonna break something. So I haven't used this in a little while. We will do. It's true. We don't need no stinking badges. Strike Gundam. We'll say Gundam model kit. Start. 1 minute. Yeah, we only have 2 more, and then we will do our break, and then we'll do closing ceremonies. Well, that's the other thing is you do all those badges. Fully assembled Gundam model kit. Yeah, I think we're down to the cells. That's it. All right, Unagi gets it with $10. Thank you very much for your patronage. Try to put these in a place where they won't fall apart. All right. I'm going to increase the bid time to 2 minutes on the cells. Starting with Cardcaptor Sakura. Again, this is probably a B cell of Sakura. It is the main character, looking at the audience, but from the side, being cute as always. So there's your Sakura Kinomoto. Fully framed. Again, glass float. Looks great hanging on any wall. Complete with wire. Ready to go. We'll start this at $10. Sakura cell start. And as I said, we'll do 2 minutes here to give folks a little more time to think. and bid. Ambiguous Cake leading out with $20. I'm very curious to see where this one's going to go. Sakura cells were hard to find back in the day. Now they're non-existent. So just so you know, on the aftermarket, you're probably looking at $100 for one of these cells. Just the cell, not framed. I would guess. Yep, pacing themselves. Ooh, ho, ho, ho. It's starting to ramp up. Starting to ramp up. See what we get. Ooh. This is getting interesting. This is getting very interesting. I think I'm just gonna have to do the end and then tell you all who won, just so it's clear on my screen. Again, the glass float and the frame is probably another $50. All right, that is it. Well done, Ambiguous Cake. Sakura cell. $60. Ambiguous Cake. And now we move on to the pièce de résistance. As a reminder, framed cell from Porco Rosso. The background is, I believe, from Porco Rosso, but it is not an actual, it is just a reproduction of a background from Porco Rosso. Zooming in, you can see Porco there flying. From the climax of the film, I do believe. Matted, framed, archival quality glass and matte. It is a slightly dark blue frame, by the way, which I felt complemented the blue of the sky rather nicely. So you can see that color there. And then we have the wire on the back, securely in place, screwed in. All right. Just like when I bought this years ago, it was over $100, I think, just for the cell. Just as an idea. Let's get this party started. So the cell is original. Starting fierce. Folks want Porco, quite understandably. See what folks are willing to part with here. This is the tough thing. Like if you were to go to a cell dealer to get this, like you'd be paying through the nose. So that's part of the reality is you gotta expect to shell out for something like this. JJ wants it. Bring your pocketbooks. We'll see where this ends up. Close. Nope. Oh. close, getting close. Almost at the end on my end. See what we get. See who's willing to pull the trigger. Pull my devil trigger. Boom! Oh, wait, that's interesting. So. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yep. So, I have to say something. There's an interesting thing here. Yeah. My chat says it was Johnny, but the chat that's recorded here officially says it was Maison. So we have a clear differentiator here. I have two different records. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to go with what's recorded on video. Maison wins it at 80. Sorry about that, Johnny. But Maison did come in early at $80. Sorry about that. Yeah. Wish you could all have it. Wish everyone could own it. Congratulations, Maison. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to do a quick number count here. $56. 66, 71, 85, 98, 110, 120, 134, 147, 162, 178, 204, counting it all up, 219, 242, 251, 261, 341. Dang, everyone. If I counted correctly, we just raised $400 for COVID research. My hat's off to you. Very good. That's a good question. I think I will donate as OnCon. If I can donate as OnCon, I will do so. Otherwise, I'll donate as myself. I don't know if they need an identity, a real person, or not. But if possible, I will do that. So, congratulations to all of you. Of course, we have to do this. Congratulations to us all. Well done. Very good. Congratulations. So I think the way we'll do this is just love the GIF. Actually, easiest way here is PayPal. So if you have PayPal me at brent@brentnewhall.com with your username in the comment or whatever, so I know it's you. That should be all I need actually, because I have your username on all of the lots. And once I get in your PayPal, I will then pay that. If you don't have PayPal, email me at that address, and we'll work out some other way that you want to pay. So that is the easiest solution to that one. And then again, if that's a problem, you can get to me on Discord, reach out to me on Discord or whatever. So yeah, so PayPal is kind of the easiest immediate solution at brent@brentnewhall.com. Otherwise, just email me or Discord me, and that will work out. I have no idea what anyone owes me. I've not been keeping track of who has the tallies of what. But when you guys PayPal me, I will double check. Or if you want to, reach out and say how much do I owe you, I can find that out for you. But yeah, I am not sure. So cool. So that is that. Thank you all so much. No, it's cool. That was really cool. We raised a lot of money for a really important cause. So I'm gonna go ahead and transition over to there, which means I need to figure out. Hold on, give me a moment, and then we'll do closing ceremonies. Need to find the image, which would be kind of useful. It's not any of those. It's not any of those. It's not any of those. Not any of those. Where did I put it? Gotta be here somewhere. That could be it. That could be it. Nope. That's weird. Where could I put the image? All right. Well, what we'll have to do. So I'm just gonna have to put up something here real quick. Little silly, but it'll do. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. All right. No, that's not what I... Different sizes of things. Okay. We will be right back, everyone. All right, we are back. I think we're, yep. Oh, wait, oh, hold on. Microphone is way back here. Forgot about that. Let's move that a little closer so y'all can hear me. There we are. Okay. And actually, as I'm getting set up in here, I have a request for all of you. I'm going to go ahead and paste this in the chat. This is a link to a... Huh? I can't paste that without the keyboard. That's a problem. Alright. Gotta move over here and do that. And then let me go over to the Discord actually and do the same thing. This is gonna be interesting. Where am I? And there we go. So that's a link to a feedback form, which I can use to get a better idea of how well the con went and how you'd like to see it improved, how you'd like it to see it better next time. That'd be really useful for me. So as you have time, and as I'm sort of setting up here, just give me a little bit of information on how things are going and what we could change around. Just so you know, it asks kind of how you think it went, anything you'd like to see to make it more awesome, and then an optional field for your country of origin, just to have a sense of how international OnCon was. So there's that. Cool. So I thought we'd end out OnCon by making one of my favorite things. There's a very comforting thing, a nice sort of end of con experience. Chocolate chip cookies. Just simple chocolate chip cookies. You do not want to see me twerk and rave. That is not something you want to see me do. That is me dancing. And again, we're going to use the ratios. I'm going to change them around a little bit. For a lot. Oh, and we're going to bang things as well. And I might just move this over here. That's nice. Are you all awake? Apologies. So let's switch over to that view. And as before, we will go ahead and grab our scale. And again, this time we're going to do even on the 3 ingredients. So, grab my stick of butter. And I'm going to be using, and this is again 4 ounces of butter, but I'm going to be using 4 ounces of sugar and 4 ounces of flour and probably an egg as well. And I think some baking powder for some extra lift. My oven is preheated to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And then another little trick. As I mentioned before, not that. There we go. We're going to use some brown sugar, which kind of softens it up. So I can toss that in there. So I got my butter, which is kind of hard to see. It's down in there. There it is. See a little bit of it. And to that, I'm going to add, so we have 4 ounces of that. So I'm going to do like 2 ounces white, 2 ounces brown. Really hard to shape these sorts of cookies into any sort of shape. So they'll just be cookies. 3.5 ounces. Whoa! Went everywhere. There we go. Exactly 4 ounces. Nice. Thank you very much. That is a possession I'm very glad to have. So you can see we have our butter and our other stuff in there. So how do y'all think the con went? What's your feedback at this point? Thoughts in general? And as I said before, we'll add some salt here. Just to punch it up, and we might as well add some vanilla. I like vanilla in my chocolate chip cookies. I did soften the butter. That's what the microwave was for. Miku shapes. Nice. Enjoyed all of it. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much. So we're just going to keep on letting that go until it's all well incorporated. If you look at it right now, you see it's kind of marbled, right? So there's some pure butter in there and some stuff. So that's not really mixed up yet. So we need some more time. No large lumps of butter in here. Running constantly all weekend, nice. Yeah, totally stuff to change around. Some learnings. Oh wait. All right, almost all mixed. Good. And like I said, I say that, but it's not. Alright, let's pick it up a notch. One egg might be too much, so I might just do half an egg. Yeah, that feels like too much. Okay, good. That's nice and uniform, right? If I could do Miku shaped cookies, I would. So what I'll do here, I'm just gonna break this egg. You see I already cracked. And then I'll probably just whip that. I could use, the yolk or the white, but I kind of want the properties of both. So I'm gonna whip that, use half of it, and the rest I'll reserve for like scrambled eggs tomorrow morning. So just mixing that in semi-random ways. All right. And like I said, just pouring about half of that in. Cool. Whoops, that's not going to be very helpful. So we'll get that mixed in as well. Video game stuff for next time. That's a good idea. Yeah, I would not at all mind doing a physical con that's live streamed. But there are definitely advantages to all virtual as well. No, I'm going to use a spatula. Spatula. Scary. Scrape down the side of that bowl because sometimes your stuff gets sort of travels up the side of the bowl. And like I said, there's no way of really designing a mixing bowl such that that works for all consistencies and all ingredients. Good. That's looking, wet but not soggy, like what I'd expect for wet dough. All right, and then, oops, you see that? And then we wanted flour and probably baking soda. Flour. Into the hidden closet of doom. So I kind of eyeball baking soda for this kind of stuff. And yes, technically I should mix that in to the to what I have here. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that. Do I have my mixing thing? Where's my mixing thing? Do I not have it? Oh, that's right. I changed things around. This is how I do this now. There we go. So again, we want. Interesting. Reset. I want 4 ounces of flour. Might go a little more than that. It's like 4.2, 4.1, yeah. And then I'll add, and like I said, I'm kind of eyeballing this. I want a little bit of, that's plenty. And then, quite simply, we just sift that in. I lost a little bit onto the counter, so I'll pull some of that back out. That's fine. I lost some there as well. There we go. Okay. Then we mix that in. I already did the salt. I'm not worried about that. Once all that comes together, I'll double check the consistency. Again, I want a nice soft dough. And as long as that's good, we can add the chocolate chips, of which I don't have a lot of. Let me scrape down the bowl a little bit. Incorporate everything. Good. Yep, that's right. Oh, good. No, we're all fine. I thought for a second I didn't have enough chocolate chips, but I do. Well, this is a fair amount, so we'll just get those in there. That's actually not many. And then I'll pop this open and put a few more in. One nice thing about making your own cookies is you can make them as chocolatey as you want. More than that. Within reason, obviously, but... Okay. That's there. Yeah, that looks about right. So there's our cookie dough. Looks pretty cookie dough-ish to me. I don't know about you. I can definitely live with that. Okay. Let's clean up a little bit, or at least move things out of the way. I have been known, you may be wondering why I have a bag of chocolate chips that's, almost empty. I have been known to take spoonfuls of peanut butter and, small handfuls of chocolate chips and just Not all afternoon, obviously, but as an occasional treat. All right. Move this over here and prep our pan. So this should be about as many cookies as we had before. So we should only need one pan. Again, use parchment. My big deal. Let me check the chat here real quick. Peanut butter on fudge stripe cookies. Ooh, I like that. Half-Life Con, that will draw the physical peeps to make the venue cost doable. Give the online moniker a seat with the other half available via streaming. Maybe. I like that idea. So, it's obviously a little harder to measure this by weight. So I'm going to go ahead and use I still have it, which I might not. There it is. There's a little cookie scooper. Right? That'll give me a reasonable amount at one time, and I kind of like to overfill these. And these will spread. Now that I'm looking at this, I may need another sheet. One thing to keep an eye out for, if you have any areas that you didn't get a lot of chocolate chips in, just grab a little bit of that and grab a little bit of an area that has a lot of chocolate chips, and then mix those together just kind of in the scoop. And so you'll have that. Yeah, I think just to be safe, I'm gonna go for one more thing. Yeah, I feel like this was a definitely a success. The whole on-con idea. I'm certainly pleased with that. Folks showed up. We had a lot of great discussions, as always. I mean, you guys are amazing for that. Events generally went well. Timing panels was surprisingly difficult. Folks were all here for their panels, but like I ran over. The other guys were going a little long. I certainly could have gone over. So that was interesting. I did not expect, as someone who's done a fair number of panels, did not expect that to be a thing. So I got to think about that a little bit better. Maybe do more pre-recorded panels, where the person giving the panel is in the chat while it's running, so they can answer questions from the chat room. But it's just a video that they made. That might help that problem. Don't know. Or just give folks more alerts about how long they've been going. Although I knew, I still had a lot of, I don't know. It's also harder for an online convention because you don't feel that, physical, visible pressure from other people who are standing in the room waiting. Everyone's just kind of online and hanging out. So it's a different vibe, man. Different vibe. Okay. Here we go. There are our cookies. Spread those out a little bit more. And in they go to the oven. Again, 350. Oh! Need to move that around. One of the racks is high. One set of cookies. Nope. You go back down. There we are. And the other set. I prefer to put all the cookies in at once. Because I find that bouncing back and forth and saying, oh yeah, I have a few more minutes on that one, and then the other one is just too confusing for me. If I need to leave one sheet in for another couple of minutes versus the other one, that's fine. But trying to juggle vastly different times for cookies is just annoying. Auction for Brent's handmade cookies. Yeah. I would do that. I would totally do that. It's actually not a bad idea. Cookies should last fairly long in the mail. Many years ago, I had a little bread business, so to speak. I would make bread for other folks in the office for $5 a loaf, stuff like that. Yeah, I hear that, William. It's all about how many you can eat. How many disappear at once. And JJ, you're absolutely right. That is my guilty pleasure. Sitting around, I won't say how I'm dressed, eating peanut butter and chocolate chips. Good stuff. You went live for the Comic-Con. You streamed the panel on time. Other people went over, but they encouraged them to enjoy other activities. Yeah, true. Yeah, I like that idea. So maybe at future on-cons, and I'll say it right now, I'm seriously planning, or seriously expecting to do another on-con. Like, no firm plans yet, but I think that's in the future. Yeah, I think I'm going to sort of highly encourage pre-recorded panels. And obviously, if you can't do it, that's fine. But tell people that's just kind of ideal. And then you can say you can answer questions in the chat. And you saw like Phil was very calm, and he's generally calm in his panels anyway. But timer. Big O. Just so we don't forget. But yeah, having it pre-recorded, Phil could just kind of do the thing. So that worked a lot. On-Con April, maybe. Yeah, and I think we could do them more often. We could totally do an on-con every 3 months. Maybe shorter, maybe not, the whole weekend. I'd be up for that. Yeah, I'm so glad you're here, Emma. That's really cool. Glad it could be that. That's the whole point, is that we can be positive and upbeat and helpful and make this a slightly less undesirable time, if that makes sense. Yeah, JJ, I've got one of those clocks that slowly brightens over the course of like 15 minutes, and then this soft beeping goes off, because otherwise I have a heart attack every morning. My older brother, he used to have one of those really loud beeping alarm clocks. Like, jeez. And yeah, I mean, this is I gotta say, besides just the whole schedule, one of the things I'm really impressed with this on-con is all of you. And the fact that we've had no drama, we've had no, the chat hasn't filled up with bullies. Not that you all are bullies, but it's been great seeing that the chat has been just very engaged and very helpful, and folks have been, just doing the con experience, the ideal con experience, as opposed to the sweaty, unwashed con experience. It's another plus. We should probably mention that and advertise that for the next on-con. You don't have to worry if everyone else has showered, which is awfully nice. Because I've certainly sat next to some people at cons where I'm like, whoo. Yeah, and it does really help, I gotta say, having an MC who can just, switch from one thing to the next. And thanks, Arakasi, to doing that in the video room. But just having somebody who can say, okay, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, just makes things move in a way that I really like. Yeah, I do not miss the fanboy funk at all. Oh, wow. Pikachu watch where the alarm is, Pikachu! That would, as adorable and fun as that would be, that would drive me crazy. So yeah. And no con crud. I mean, watch, I'll come down with the cold anyway. As long as you enjoyed the video room, cool. Yeah, and I also like the fact that the format of the video room ended up falling nicely into decades. And so I might do that continuing into the future, where every day in the video room is a different decade's worth of anime, to kind of focus it down, provide some theme. Yeah. Yeah, that turned out very well. I'd also like to sort of brainstorm, not necessarily right now, but in general, about other things that can happen simultaneously. 1 second, water. So other things like the video room that we could have running simultaneously would be kind of interesting. Was the video legal? I will not answer that. I can neither confirm nor deny. But that was a. But yeah, I think that was worthwhile. I will say I favored anime that was not easily available. So I thought about putting Evangelion on there, and I was like, nope, Netflix has got that, streaming. I'm not going to put Evangelion on the schedule. So I tried stuff that wasn't, recently licensed or up on streaming services. I mean, I'm sure 1 or 2 of them are somewhere, but I did my best to pick things that were, it wasn't Naruto, it wasn't One Piece. Video game rooms, yeah. Video game rooms are interesting. I wonder how we could do video game rooms easily. I mean, obviously I could stream to Twitch, on the PS4 or whatever, but I can't do that simultaneously with a stream. I wonder what we could do. Yeah. We could also do watch parties, potentially. So everyone get on Crunchyroll and watch this at the same time. We'll all kind of queue up Crunchyroll at 1 p.m. and watch this thing. That could work. So it's all distributed, but everyone's synced up, just manually. Thanks, Becca. Yeah, please, you guys look into options for the video game room. What the options are. Share friend codes, more launching point. Yeah, and it could just be like a Discord channel for video game stuff. Folks are sharing information there. That would totally, we can totally do that. And of course, I could do, as part of the actual schedule, playing a video game of some kind. Oculus Strip or something. Although Oculus Strip would probably get me booted off YouTube, just because of the content. Steam's a good platform for tournaments, yeah. And I think I have heard of services that will let you play games together in a more well-built way, where it's very deliberately, it's not like, oh, obviously you can play Fortnite together, but something where everyone's watching the same thing and everyone can get in. And I guess maybe Twitch really is that, isn't it? Yeah. So we can look into that. Just have everyone on the Twitch. Yes. Sadly, no, JJ. No live stream of that. Yeah, viewing rooms. I just have to figure out, who would be playing the video games and how would that sink in, because I can't be the one doing it. One thing we could do once COVID-19 passes is kind of combining these ideas. I could have a handful of folks here at my house who are in the area who stop by, and we're doing multiple different things, and one person's video gaming in one room and streaming that, while I'm streaming in another room, the main stuff. So that's a possibility. So we could have multiple people running parallel parallel events. But let's think beyond just replicating a physical con. What else can an online con do that a physical con can't? How could we extend the experience? We can kind of replicate forever. I can have as many Discord channels as we want. We can have as many streams as we want. I mean, technically, I could set up several different SciTubes and have 3 of those running simultaneously. The real downside of SciTube is having to either have YouTube links or have render it and upload it to my Google Drive, and then going in once a day and loading in all of those links. It's not hard. It just takes 5-10 minutes to copy and paste all of them in and then delete the stuff from the previous day. So it's not automatic, but it's not something that's going to take somebody all day every day by any stretch. Everything's recordable. Yep, and that's the other nice thing is this con is now visible everywhere. Although I got a copyright claim on yesterday's video. Multiple of them, actually. So it's not a strike, but the video is now has ads on it that are going to other media companies. Imagine that. So that is another really nice thing, is everything's now recorded and live and exists. Anyone can play around with that. Hosting individual streams, yep, totally. Individual platforms for panelists. Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, yeah. How can we best protect you? I have no idea. Copyright is interesting. I can only assume, that the clips that were shown during the Gynax panel are on a DVD somewhere. Even without the audio, like they saw the video. Oh, those have spread a lot. Those are big. But they're not quite ready yet. Give it like 60 seconds maybe? Yeah, that's a good idea, Unagi. Maybe some kind of enhanced swap meet, a dealer's room thing. Certainly if I could get, companies involved to actually provide codes, to put things up in the Discord channel or link things out. Yeah, and I mean, watching the Macross movie was a wonderful experience. Like that, I want to keep doing that kind of thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, anything to promote some legitimate sales. Although that would probably mean if we went that route, the SciTube has to go away. Because folks would be very uncomfortable, legitimate companies would be uncomfortable selling something when we got that SciTube stream running. Trying to figure that out. Yeah. Yeah, maybe less on public live for movies. Don't know. More interaction with the group. Not sure how that would work yet, though. Yeah, agreed. It would be fun to have things to do over the course of the weekend. So kind of like, scavenger hunt kind of activities where the group is all trying to, find something or build something together. A little longer. Those are ready. So if the the con goers are all trying to write a story together or something, or find things that are scattered around the website, that kind of thing can be a lot of fun. that. Pretty good. The others spread a lot more than I thought, and they're pretty big. So we're going to have some Franken cookies. Some pupa cookies. Yeah, the trivia room was a big success. Huge thanks to Brad on that. That was a really fun thing to just bounce in and do. We can also automate. So we can think of things like, I wouldn't want to do this for trivia, but you could have like a trivia bot that every 2 minutes is throwing out a trivia question and then the answer to it. If it's just a bot, then you can't say, what do you mean by that? You can't kind of have that interaction. But you could have things like that. That's a fair point, JJ, that the other nice thing is we can have panels that are not traditional anime panels. We can open it up a little bit. The other option is we can have panels for the con that are just videos that folks can go and watch, right? Like I can just say, okay, everyone, I got this video, I'm uploading it to YouTube. It's there. If you want to go watch it at some point, it's available for you, but it's not going to be part of the mainstream. So we can, have multiple different panels out there that folks can just catch up on whenever they want to. That's possible. Live tours of the home. Oh, thank you. Yes. Peeking behind the scenes is always a little fun. I live in public pretty much. Do I budget enough breaks for myself? Thank you, Emma. This worked out pretty well. Having other panelists come in mid Saturday was a big help. So I was able to get other stuff down, lay down for a little bit, honestly, sometimes. That worked out nicely. And doing the Saturday morning cartoons from 9 to 11 allowed me to, again, kind of do other stuff and save my voice for a little bit. So that worked out well. I might, if I did this again, spread that out a little bit more. So I have, a couple hours and then a break, couple hours and a break, as opposed to longer stretches. Now I can, now that I know. No, not much time for myself, but that's duly noted. So that might be a thing too, that if I did this again, I might invite somebody over to alternate MC. So maybe, I MC Friday, Saturday, and that person MCs on Sunday. So we can kind of switch things around. Obviously, I'd still be here, I can interact, but it's not on me. That's a possible. Visual novel streams, yeah, that'd be cool. I wonder how, hold on. Have we burned them? Possible. Ooh, they're a little, not burned, but, let me, didn't think that one through. Shift these down a bit. So you'll be able to see here once I switch over. Whoa! The giant Franken cookie. Oh my gosh. I just don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm ever going to deal with that. I'm just so ashamed and horrified. Of course, visual novels are pretty long, so that would be a thing to think about. Those are definitely Tetsuo cookies, no question. A group dating sim playthrough would be really interesting. Have folks vote on the route to take at every decision point. We have to choose a visual novel that's not, obviously, 16 hours long. But there got to be some short visual novels. My cookies. I'll eat these and get sick and not, these are going nowhere else. Oven off. That is funny. So like I said, I would probably next time in terms of scheduling, I'd break it up more so I have more breaks, but also so there's a little bit more interactivity. So there's a little more trivia, a little more stuff for folks to actually say something about in the chat. Maybe have specific discussion topics throughout the con. So folks have something to say, think of something to say, maybe survey people, have that kind of thing. So we have some nice back and forth. Folks don't feel like they're sitting there for hours and hours just absorbing content, and there's a little more interactivity, and it helps a lot. How to have a boyfriend? That'd be an experience, definitely. Cool. All right, I think that will do it then for us for OnCon. I think we got through it. We did it, everyone. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Couldn't have done it without you all. And I really appreciate all of your time and attention and helping out with everything. Artemis, yeah, that's a good idea too. Ooh, that's a good point. I will see what I can do through, see if like some like legitimately large online games we could play together. So yeah, thank you all so much. This was great. I'm gonna go rest my vocal cords a little bit, and yeah, I'm gonna see if I can set this up again sometime fairly soon. Not next weekend, don't worry. A little while later on, and the Discord will stay open, obviously. So you can always stick around the Discord and hang out. Yeah, thank you all so much. This has been amazing. It's very cool. All right, hope you have a great rest of the weekend. Hope that everything gets a little smoother and easier for you going along and into the future. Thank you all. And watch more anime.